Welcome back to the BookFest Fall 2025. I'm Desiree Duffy, founder of the BookFest, and today we're shifting our focus over to the storytellers, the writers, the scribes, the alchemists who spin words into worlds. Now, whether you're a seasoned novelist or an indie author finding your voice, or you're dreaming of penning your very first book, well, today's sessions are just for you. Highlights include the opening keynote today with Jim Azevedo and the face of publishing. Pursue a career as an author without an agent? Is that possible? Well, Amy L. Bernstein is going to talk to you about how you could do just that. We also have a conversation with Tom Perrotta, adapting your own work for film and television. And he knows a thing or two about that because his books include The Election, The Leftovers, some titles you might be familiar with. So make sure you're checking that out if you've ever thought about maybe, possibly adapting your novels into film or television. We also have 7 secret benefits of writing conferences with William Bernhardt, and that is presented by WriterCon. Happens every year in Oklahoma City. It is a fabulous conference to attend, and we're always honored to be there in person ourselves. A panel discussion today, Boost Your Book Sales, 5 Proven Marketing Strategies, presented by the Writers and Publishers Network. How indie authors can succeed in print with Mark Leslie, presented by Draft to Digital. We also have The Architecture of Dread with Daniel Botts. He's going to talk about creating suspense down to the sentence structure. And that's good for thriller writers, mystery writers, but really any author, any type of book can build suspense. So make sure you check that out. We also have the elements of a strong author brand on social media with Denise Mullenix, presented by Geek Girl Publishing. Unlock your author potential, the 7 pillars of platform building with Juliet Clark. Elevate your craft in paradise with Lynn Liao Butler, presented by the Kauai Writers Conference. Yep, I'm going to be at that one too. Please, if you're at the Kauai Writers Conference or Author Nation or WriterCon next year, please come by and say hi. I'm looking forward to meeting people in real life as well as here at the BookFest. Quick tips for standout query letters with Leslie Lair is happening today. Family Tree and Story Snap, New Superpowers with Cameron Sutter, presented by Plotter. And a salute to the BookFest Award winners Fall 2025 video montage playing at the very end of the day today. Check out the full lineup on the programming page of the BookFest website. You can follow along, see which sessions are happening when. You can browse the speaker pages, the book pages. There's so many exciting giveaways that are happening too. There's the big bundle of books giveaway and the children's book giveaway and the writers giveaway. Prizes this season include contributions from Plotter, Books That Make You, and Dear Jackie Stitchery. I'm going to hold this up, making some crinkling sound effects. I'm not going to open this. This is one of the prizes. So if you're the winner of this from Dear Jackie Stitchery, you're going to get this amazing book. And what's in here could be one of these. Adorable. Can you see that? Adorable little crochet figurines, little creatures, little mythical creatures from Dear Jackie Stitchery. Plus, there are so many books that we're giving away. Some of them are even signed by the authors, truly treasures. Participants can enter to win these and more on the giveaway page of the BookFest website. A big thank you goes out to our corporate bellwethers. We could not do this without your heartfelt thanks to all of the brands and organizations who support the BookFest. This season's sponsors include the presenting sponsor, bookinfluencers.com. They connect authors with readers through bookish influencers. Plus, Abundantly Social, Author Nation and Reader Nation, Black Chateau Enterprises, Book Award Pro, Books That Make You, Draft to Digital, Geek Girl Publishing, Indie Author Magazine, Invoke, Kauai Writers Conference, Lost Con, Plotter, Relatable Voice Magazine, The Muses Funhouse, the Writers and Publishers Network, and WriterCon. please, my friends, visit their virtual booths and consider supporting the brands that help make the BookFest possible. This event is free to attend, and there's lots of great content that they help bring to you. So if you're enjoying yourself, take a moment to reach out to the corporate bellwethers, thank them, and support their businesses. Also, thank you goes out to the individual BookFest bellwethers. This team of folks help judge the BookFest awards. They volunteer and support the BookFest as an advisory committee. Thank you to each and every one of them. That includes Brian Bosch, Dave Duffy, Rebecca Fox, Tina Hogan Grant, Hannah Jacobson, Deborah Cobelt, CJ Lopez, KJ Matthews, Lucia Matuanto, Hollis Joe McCullum, CD McKenna, Dr. Dominic McLaughlin, Mickey Mickelson. There's a lot of K's in there, a lot of K sounds and M sounds. Dr. Ray Mitchell, Donnelly Moulton, Stephanie Rabel, Amy Ravichandran, Flo Selfman, Bree Sweeter, Parshell Tashi, and Amy Wolf. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you so much for being individual bellwethers. Your support is so appreciated. Now, while kicking back and enjoying the BookFest, please take a moment to browse those book pages. Get a jump start on your holiday shopping. You can watch the chat for links, updates, hang out with a bunch of bibliophiles. We're in there having fun right now. All right, you ready? It is time for us to kick off today's keynote with Jim Azevedo and the face of publishing for the BookFest Fall 2025.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jim Azevedo. Welcome to day 2 of BookFest, Author Day. Let me ask you something. What represents the face of publishing to you? In other words, what comes to mind if you were to boil down the publishing industry to a single representative element? What would that be? To some, it might be a logo, perhaps from one of the big 5 publishers. To others, it could be a major publishing hub, such as New York City or London. And still to others, it might be a huge bookstore. Maybe Barnes & Noble to some, maybe Amazon to others. But to me, what the publishing industry boils down to is you, the author. You are the face of publishing. But what does the face of publishing look like? Well, it is the overwhelmed, exhausted single parent who just wants to get a few words written after the kids are put to bed. It's the retiree who's looking for a way to reinvent himself. It's the stressed out Generation Zer who doesn't want to believe that her life is now part of cubicle land in corporate America. It's the memoirist who doesn't want her family legacy forgotten. As authors, each of you have something. That's not quite right. Each of you are something that's bigger and more important than any major publishing entity, and that is your humanity. Beyond your storytelling talents, your individuality is your greatest asset. Readers, they're not looking to connect with a logo, they're looking to connect with you. They don't care who published the book, they care about you, the author. No publisher, marketer, bookstore, distributor, or fancy tool has that superpower. That superpower is yours alone. The ability to create sustained reader connection and interact with readers beyond the book is the holy grail of this industry. And if you're an author, you must respect, adore, cherish your readers, and lean into your reader community as if your author life depends on it, because it does. Now, I realize some of you may be newer to this industry and you're watching and you may say, well, Jim, I haven't even published my first book yet. How could I be the face of publishing? I'll tell you how. You're here. You showed up. You're at an industry event that was made for you to help you succeed. And you know what? Now you are part of this wonderful tribe. So I just want to let you know, authors, especially those of you who are newer, you belong here. So let me be among the first to say, welcome. Now, has it always been like this with the power setter of the publishing industry revolving around authors and authors being the face of publishing? Well, not really, because for generations, the largest traditional publishers controlled the industry. It was a print centric industry up until about just 15 years ago. And frankly, thank goodness that the largest traditional publishers controlled the industry because without them, we would not have been exposed to all of the beautiful, wonderful books that have influenced culture and enhanced our lives for all of these generations. And the publishers were and still are exceptional at what they do because what they can do is they could take a good book and turn that good book into a great one. But for generations, again, a relatively small amount of people were the ones who decided which manuscripts would graduate to become published books and where those books would be sold. Now, remember, it was a print-centric industry going back to just about 15 years ago. And because physical books are expensive to produce and to distribute, they're kind of heavy. Publishers couldn't say yes to publishing every single manuscript or every single author that came into their offices. So most manuscripts and authors were turned down. And let me just say, publishers aren't to blame. It is an impossible task for publishers to say yes to everyone. So again, this had been going on for generations, and legions of authors had been turned down. So something had to give. Something did. A sea change event hit the industry circa 2007 and between 2007 and 2009 when the first Bible e-reading devices began to hit the market. Digital self-publishing and distribution tools began to make their debut, and surprisingly, at least at the time, global online retailers began to say yes to ebooks from self-published authors. What do you think happened when writers were given the freedom, the knowledge, and the tools to self publish? Right. The indie author revolution was born. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the term indie, indie is just slang for independent or self published. The indie author revolution, let me just go out on a limb here. The indie author revolution is not some passing fad because during the past 14 and now 15 years, the indie author revolution has become a global cultural phenomenon that has unleashed a wave of diversity into this industry. And I can tell you that it has been my honor to watch this revolution evolve because in less than 2 decades, self publishing has evolved from a revolution to a movement to a community, and now it has morphed into a culture all of its own. Now, the indie author revolution was ignited with publishing's digital transformation. Again, this is around 2007 to 2008 when the entire industry became democratized. Pioneering authors were the first to take matters into their own hands, whether they were self publishing for the very first time or some of those authors in the very beginning were professional, traditionally published authors who had their rights reverted back to them. And now they were self publishing some of their backlist titles as self published titles, sort of breathing new life into their older books. Now, the revolution evolved into a movement when more and more authors noticed what was happening out there. What began as a trickle of pioneering authors soon became a torrent as more and more authors learned that they could publish faster, distribute globally, retain their rights and creative control, and keep the lion's share of their royalties. As authors began to experiment with their newfound freedom and control, marketing tactics began to change, and indies began to find themselves on all the bestseller lists. This began first at the retailers, and then indie authors began finding their books at bestseller lists at traditional media, such as USA Today, the Wall Street Journal, and the New York Times. Once ashamed to admit their work was self published, today indie authors have collectively obliterated the self publishing stigma. Now, out of the indie author movement, a global indie author community has blossomed. This community has occurred organically as the growing movement necessitated an entire ecosystem to support it. This includes publishing and distribution platforms and other service providers, freelance editors, professional marketers, professional cover designers, and it hasn't stopped there. Now there are international conferences, magazines, writers clubs, and even advocacy groups that are all dedicated to the indie author community. And guess what? It still hasn't stopped. What has evolved from the indie community is the most beautiful transformation yet, and you are all part of it. Culture. Notice how I didn't say indie author culture. That's because indie culture has become a shared ideology, not just among indie authors, it's shared among authors, publishers, service providers, and even readers. It's even transcended across both indie and traditional publishing worlds. You might be asking yourself, Jim, that sounds great, but I'm just here to figure out what the right path is for me. Is it indie publishing? Is it traditional publishing? Is it hybrid publishing? What's the right path for me? And the answer is yes. Because the trick is just keep digging. You need to discover what the right path is for you. All of these paths are viable, and you might find yourself trying each one of them, traditional, hybrid, and indie, as you go throughout your author career. Now, indie is hands down the best path for some, but not for everybody. And the same can be said for traditional and hybrid models as well. The takeaway here is not if your book will be published, but when and how. And you as authors get to say exactly that, when and how my book gets to graduate from manuscript to published novel. So back to the indie author ideology, of which I spoke of just a moment ago. What is the ideology of indie culture? The ideology is this. It's that we are all in this together with a shared mission of raising up each and every one of our voices, regardless of background, color, religion, sexual orientation, or any other societal label. We are all here to help each other succeed. We are all here to learn from each other. And we are all here to teach each other. In this tribe, we all belong. In this tribe, we are all the face of publishing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy L. Bernstein, and I've got a load of information to share with you about how to become a serious author, seriously published, without getting an agent. Now, I want to be really clear because I'm not talking about self-publishing here. I am talking about how to get well published the traditional way, even if you never sign with an agent. At this point, I've had 4 books published with 4 different publishers. So I've learned an awful lot from this process, and I'm going to share as much of that as I can with you now. So let's get started. You can find success as an author without an agent. Let's look at some of the ways that you can do that and what kind of work you're going to have to do to make that happen. To be clear, getting an agent, it's wonderful, it's exciting, it's very validating, but it is not the only way to have a really great career as a writer. And I'm really happy with my career as a writer, even though I don't have an agent at this point. So you don't need an agent to do the things that you might think you do need an agent for, such as getting traditionally published with dignity, meaning you'll be respected by other writers and the marketplace generally, to build credibility and visibility as an author, to open the door to so many opportunities to speak, to be a keynoter, to teach. All the things that you want to do as an author are out there for you. To build your brand as an author so you become known for your kind of work and your genre, and to develop a long-term career in the way that really meets your goals and interests. You can do all of this without an agent and without self-publishing. So who are these publishers who are going to help make your author life a reality? Well, I mentioned traditional publishers. So those are the publishers who edit, manufacture, and distribute your book without you paying a dime. The minute you're investing something, you're not in a traditional publishing setup, you're in a hybrid setup. That's different, and that's not what we're talking about here. Many of these publishers cater to highly specific niches. A really famous one, for example, is Tor, which publishes a lot of science fiction. But some of them have a much broader catalog of fiction or nonfiction. So who are these publishers? They range in size from the micro, really small. They may have one employee or two. They may only put out 1, 4, 6, 10, 20 titles a year. And they range from the really small of the smallest of the small, up to what we would think of as the mid-sized publishers, where they're putting out more like 100 titles a year, and they've got a much larger roster of staff. You don't need to be overly concerned with the size of the publisher, but it's important to understand how these folks are different from what we think of as the big five, like Random House and HarperCollins. The big five are not your target here. The big five do require an agent. They're really built to only work in that particular kind of a pipeline. So that's not who you will be building your career with. So I wanted to give you a sense of how some of these smaller publishers are operating. Interestingly, I think that some or most of my books are with publishers in this micro category, which, you might think, oh, they're not real. They're probably barely hanging on by a thread. They don't know what to do. They're probably not professional. That's not true. The size of one of these publishers does not indicate the quality and care that they take with their manuscripts, nor does it mean that they're not selective. In fact, they're really selective because they're in fact taking fewer titles. So this is a good way to think about who these publishers are. I don't want to name names because there really are hundreds of them, and I'm not going to play favorites, although obviously I like my publishers. But this is the landscape that you are dealing with. Now, one of the first questions that's going to come up for you is, okay, so these publishers are out there. How do I find them? How do I hunt for them? Well, there's a lot of strategies that you can do besides literally sitting at your computer and using Google or an AI search to give you a list. One good thing for you to do is find books that you really like and really respect that fit your needs and your niche, and simply look at the book to see who published it. Then you can visit that publisher's website and see whether they are open to direct submissions or not. They'll make it very clear. Many publishers do only work with agents, and you'll be able to tell that from a publisher's website. If it's really unclear, you might think twice about wanting to approach that publisher. You can also visit book vendors who advertise at writers' conferences all over the country. There may well be one in your state or coming to an area near you. This is also an opportunity, by the way, for you to pitch. A lot of these writers' conferences advertise pitching to agents, but guess what? At many writers' conferences, publishers are also there taking pitches. That's how I got my most recent book contract for a novel, was by pitching directly to a publisher at a writers' conference. And I'd had my eye on that publisher for quite a while because I liked the work that they were doing. Similarly, go look in their library or your bookstore shelves and see what books you really like and that you'd like to be in the same universe, and see who is publishing them. If it's not a big five publisher, not in that Random House, Simon & Schuster, HarperCollins level, then you may want to go check them out. You also are going to look really closely to see if you can get on some lists for submission calls that come up periodically. My calendar is riddled with hold the dates for when certain publishers or other opportunities are open to submissions. So as you find publishers you like, see if they have a submission window and get that on your calendar. You can, of course, use AI to help you prepare a list of publishers, but as with everything related to AI, make sure you check the source material that's being cited to you. Make sure it's legitimate, make sure it's up to date. Don't rely on AI entirely. Use your own common sense and these other methods to help you figure this out. And then once you've narrowed your search where you think your manuscript might be a good fit, I really advise you to find one of their authors who's written a book you admire and reach out to that author. You can find them on social media. You can find them on their own website. Send them an email. Explain that you're thinking about pursuing that publisher and what has their experience been like. This is invaluable because an author who's been published with them is likely to give you a very honest answer about the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is one of the most important things that you can do before you go anywhere near submitting to a publisher. Due diligence. So now you've figured out how to find these publishers who are going to really help you kick off your long-term career as a writer without an agent. How do you decide where to submit? It is so important to follow a rigorous checklist. And I would be happy to share these slides so you can get a closer look at all the things that I put here on that list. But the long and the short of it is, you really want to study this publisher, how long they've been in business, how professionally they present themselves. Are they well represented? Are their books well represented on Amazon? Do they have clear submission guidelines on their website? Check out their own social media. How many followers do they have on Instagram or Facebook, for example? If it's very few, you have to ask yourself, well, why aren't they out there promoting their authors and their own catalog? So there's a lot of things that you want to look for here. You want to make sure that they're being professionally distributed. They should tell you who their distribution, how they're distributed, or you can look up one of their books on Amazon and you might be able to get the information that way. You want to make sure that they're putting out books that are also in audio and ebook. And if they're not, why not? If they're a so-called digital forward publisher, meaning they issue you an ebook and may or may not issue a print book, you want to think really hard about whether that fits your goals as an author for the long term. So there's a lot for you to consider. And going through this checklist is one of the most important things that you can do to begin to qualify whether you are a right fit for a publisher and whether they are a right fit for you. Red flags. Watch for them. So if a publisher that you're looking at is prominently displaying a lot of fee-based services and a lot of add-ons for you to pay for, that's a massive red flag. That is not a traditional publisher. That is either a hybrid publisher or a so-called vanity press that's simply offering you a pay-to-play opportunity with no really good editorial gatekeeping and virtually no support on the back end. You want to make sure that the authors and their titles, the books themselves, are prominently and proudly displayed on the website. If you're not seeing much of that, or you're mainly seeing services that you can pay for, that is not a good combination. If the covers look really bad, amateurish, they look like they're just the lowest level of an AI generated image, that is also not a good sign because they're not investing properly in the covers and they're not supporting the best look that they can for their authors. You want to see if they do publish their submission guidelines really prominently on the website. And you want to make sure that they possibly have their own catalog displayed or their back catalog. And you want to see how well their published titles are showing up on Amazon. That's important too. So let's imagine that you actually go out there, you submit your manuscript to a publisher, the publisher that you think is really going to represent you the best and represent your genre and represent your kind of book the best. So you get that publisher. What are you going to do next? You're going to scrutinize your contract. You're going to ask them, grill them about what kind of marketing support they offer. You're going to ask them how they treat advanced reader or advanced review copies of the book. Do they put it up on NetGalley or somewhere else for reviewers to download? How professionally are they treating you as an author leading up to your launch? And do they offer you any support at launch? If you interview one of their published authors, you can get a lot of insights into this kind of information. And I really encourage you to do that and to also ask questions of the publisher before you sign that contract. What are you really in for? So I've got quite a bit of experience in this area, as I mentioned, and I will say that no two publishers are the same. I have found, for example, that one of my publishers creates this enormous guidebook that it shares with all its authors, which includes lots and lots of step-by-step information and resources for authors to do a lot of marketing on their own behalf. Another one of my publishers really leans heavily into bringing authors together so that they can network, support one another's books, learn from one another, crowdsource information, and generally lift one another up. So these publishers do operate differently. And, you know, if you're going to go into this and honestly look for the way to find a publisher who's going to help you launch a long-term career, you need to meet these publishers where they are. If you are with a micro publisher and there's 1 to 2 people who are on a paid staff and they've got some freelance editors they pay perhaps around the country and other things that are done by networks such as distribution and all that kind of thing, and you know how they contract for audiobooks, that's not in-house. You need to understand that you are dealing with a small business, and you have to expect that there are some limitations to that small business. And that's why you want to ask so many questions up front about what they can actually do for you. But as I said at the outset, small does not mean incompetent, and a lot of the work is often or always going to fall to you, and that's part of meeting the publishers where they are. These days, authors are responsible for their own marketing. Get used to it, accept it, learn how to do it, lean into it, and don't expect that your publisher is going to do everything for you. These are some tips about how to get happily published traditionally without an agent. If you follow these tips and you do your homework and you do your due diligence, you can have a really brilliant, happy, successful career. I'm looking forward to possibly landing a 5th publisher for another novel. Every novel has its best fit. Every author has her best fit as well. And I really hope that you find yours. Good luck and happy hunting for the publisher to launch your career.
Best-selling novelist and screenwriter Tom Perrotta. He's the author of Little Children, Mrs. Fletcher, The Election, The Leftovers, and he's here talking about adapting your own work for film and television. Tom, it's so exciting to have you. Thank you for joining us. And I want to go straight for the jugular because I think that's the way you like it too, knowing you're writing. Every writer who dreams of seeing their book on screen, what's the one truth, the thing about adaptation that nobody tells you?
Well, I don't know if nobody tells you, but I think you have to learn it for yourself, even if you've heard it, which is that film is a collaborative medium, and you are going to lose some amount of control, and your ego is going to get bruised along the way, and you may lose some battles, but that there are upsides to letting other people into your process and, you know, hopefully add to your story in ways that and transform it in ways that you couldn't do on your own. I mean, I really think for fiction writers, that's the just the big difference of going from an art form. You know, writing can be collaborative. You have editors and trusted readers that you listen to, but most of the time they don't get to actually sit down and, you know, really take a hand in telling the story, right? They'll tell you like, oh, this part of the story worked, this part of the story didn't. But in the case, at least for me, if it's not a fellow screenwriter who's rewriting a scene or coming up with some new material, a director is changing it and an actor is changing it just by virtue of doing their job.
What are some compromises that you had to make? Can you share those with us?
Sure. It happens every time. And I wouldn't say necessarily that compromise is a bad thing, because in any collaboration, there's got to be give and take, right? Otherwise, it's not a collaboration. So just for instance, in The Leftovers, people who know that show know that only season 1 is really a direct adaptation of my book. So when I went into that, I just assumed that we were going to tell the story of the book over the course of multiple seasons. And I ended up working with Damon Lindelof, the guy who did Lost and is a Watchmen, wonderful, super imaginative writer and producer. And, you know, I think that he, you know, wanted to get beyond the book. I think he felt like there was a bigger world to that story that he wanted to explore. And I think that bigger world gave him more space to be himself, you know. So that was like kind of a shock to me at a certain point. I realized, oh, we're just going to race through the book, and then we're going to, you know, we ended up going to entirely different places. We moved our characters to Texas in season 2. We moved our characters to Australia in season 3. In the end, I think that was great for the show. I think it made the story much bigger, and bigger in a way that I probably couldn't have done. I mean, what was I going to do? Go live in Australia for, you know, I mean, I just wasn't thinking about the book in a global way when I was writing it. I was thinking of it as a suburban microcosm and setting it in the world that I knew. So there, you know, that's a compromise, but it was also an expansion of the premise of the book. With Election, I did not write the screenplay, but, you know, I wrote the book and I handed it over to Alexander Payne and Jim Taylor, who are great, a great team. They did, you know, Sideways, About Schmidt, a bunch of other terrific movies. You know, Alexander made The Holdovers. He was a young filmmaker who only made one movie at the time he did Election. They wrote a very faithful adaptation of my book. And then what happened was, when the studio tested the film, they discovered that people hated my ending. And so, you know, this was just a case of collaboration on the broadest possible level. This was a collaboration between me, filmmakers, a studio, and a test audience, you know, and they didn't like my ending. And my ending actually was an ending in which the characters kind of grew and started to understand themselves and each other, and had like a moment of actual connection. This is Tracy Flick and Mr. McAllister, the teacher who sabotaged her in the election. And people didn't like that because the movie had presented them maybe in a more satirical and stereotypical way than I had. And they just couldn't believe that these characters could make this psychological breakthrough. And so the ending was rewritten, 180 degrees, where these characters, instead of growing and becoming more self-aware, they're just doomed to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. And it actually worked better within the movie because adaptations are transformations.
Yeah.
audiences like nihilism, I guess, a little bit more than self-growth and discovery. And is that a thing though? I mean, the audiences, somebody who's reading a book, they have different expectations of what they're going to get at the end of it and their experience as a reader, as opposed to somebody sitting in a movie theater for an hour and a half. Is the audiences themselves responsible for that?
Well, that's always a really interesting question, right? Because what happens in these studio test screenings is that this was Paramount and they wanted a wide release movie. And so they just go and get a sort of random sampling of moviegoers. This is way back in the mid to late 90s, so slightly different. But I think they found a test audience of people who probably were not the real audience for this film. And so you have a case where this test audience had a very big, impact on the final version of the movie, without necessarily being the people who would have actually gone to see it. And so, like, for instance, when we made The Leftovers, there wasn't really testing. HBO at that point was willing to trust its storytellers and to, they certainly collaborated in terms of giving notes and shaping the show, but it was not seen as a kind of commercial mass market thing. HBO was sort of an art house TV boutique at that time. They've changed a little bit over the course of the streaming wars, but it felt like they were very willing to let their artists kind of take the lead. So it really depends on what medium you're in and what audience they're trying to reach, and whose standards are going to be imposed on the storytelling.
Is there one element, or be it the theme or the tone, or maybe there's a specific scene where you just felt like you needed to fight to preserve that? You were not going to let them kill that darling, so to speak.
Yeah, well, so in The Leftovers, I was, my position the whole time was, this thing happens, this, whether you want to call it the rapture, it's called the sudden departure. In the book, there's this event where 2% of the world's population disappears in an instant. And everyone is the people remaining are left to figure out what happens and what that means for their conceptions of how the world works, their ideas about religion, science, all of that. And it was my, my first principle in telling the stories. It is an unknowable question. And that we shouldn't, as storytellers, try to answer it. And when I started to work with Damon, he came up with an idea that was really great, which I won't get into because it's a spoiler idea. But and I said to him, I think that's a great idea, but please, let's just table it, because I think it becomes a different story if it becomes a search for an answer, rather than how do people live in the face of this existential mystery that has shaken their faith in everything. And we tabled it, I thought, for the first 2 seasons. And then suddenly in season 3, when we were heading toward an end, he started to bring it up again. And I remember just being in the writer's room, just sort of begging my fellow writers to say, please, can we not do this? I think it really changes the experience of and the purpose of the show. And we had to find what I think is a great compromise, which is that Damon's idea about what happens is presented as a theory, but it's not shown. It's like told in a story. And to me, it then becomes like religion, where someone is proposing an answer to the question of, you know, where do we go when we die, or what happens, you know, who made us, you know, all the big questions. But it's up to the viewer to decide, am I going to have faith in this story that I'm being told that purports to explain the mysteries of the universe? And so I felt like we found a way to preserve my sense of it's ultimately unknowable, but also to present this theory that would explain it and make it a question of faith, which is really, you know, what I think became the central idea in the show anyway.
And I think that's powerful when the audience can put their own interpretation into it. Somebody who comes from a place of faith would automatically go to, this is the rapture, this is foretold in my version of the Bible, whatever that may be. There's a lot of, you know, versions of that in different religions. And I think that's indicative of how religion and faith works. We all have our own spin on it, our own interpretation. And when something like that happens, there's almost this sense of, I'm going to get the answers once that happens. Once that happens, everybody's going to see that my version of faith was right all along. And then it happens, and you still have that ambiguity. You still have people that either need to have faith or want to have faith or need to explain it by faith. So, in a way, you give that certain instinct that humans have to want answers and to foresee something like that. And then that in and of itself is a subversion. And I think that's really clever and interesting. And not to get weird on you, Tom, but I was just watching the other night the Panama Alien. Have you seen the Panama
No, I
Alien?
have not. No.
Oh, you can Google it because it's a thing, especially on TikTok. And it's likely, I guess we don't know, because it's being presented as, you know, real footage from a gentleman in Panama who found a meteorite, and it turned out to be some kind of alien egg, and he decided to keep it as a pet, drive it around in his safe, like he locked it in a safe. It's a thing, and it's this gnarly looking thing. No spoilers, because now everybody's Googling Panama Alien. But I think the thing that was interesting is one of the last things he did, because that's what you do almost in a horror movie or, you know, a drama type thing, is he decided to release it into some water. And the comments in the section were, that's wormwood, which is a biblical thing, star that comes down. You just released wormwood into the water. So people, I just thought it was interesting, they're seeing their version of what this Panama alien is. And I just think it's kind of interesting, again, how people can kind of come and look at something and look at a book, look at a story, look at something like The Leftovers and take in their own interpretation. Is that something that you like to do in all of your writing? Do you like to leave some things open so that the reader can have their own satisfaction and interpretation?
Well, I think The Leftovers was the most extreme example because that puts both the writer and the reader and the viewer in the same position as the characters. You know, left to try and create a narrative that gives some meaning to an event that sort of thwarts our desire for meaning. You know, so it's kind of another version of existentialism, you know, which also said there's a world that appears meaningless, and it's our job as human beings to find some meaning in it. And, you know, obviously that was kind of at a moment when atheism was becoming a more powerful force, or agnosticism in the West, and when a lot of people were in despair after the carnage of these two world wars. You know, I do think things are historically determined in that way. But even in other books of mine, I have definitely tried through multiplying points of view to create a sense of a debate going on. That the reader or the viewer can, you know, take their own sides. Because I, there are definitely ways to write from a single point of view and to tell a very clear story that can only really be interpreted in one way. But I have definitely gravitated towards stories that have multiple points of view and indeterminate meanings. And I understand, like, there are readers. I have definitely seen reader reviews where people are frustrated and wanted, say, an ending to clarify the meaning of the story. And even at this point in our literary history, when we're in a postmodern moment where I think many of us understand, like, there's not a single meaning out there, that meaning is sort of a changeable thing, and that it's created in a kind of dialogue between the reader and the writer. I still think some readers are made uncomfortable by that and would rather a kind of just a clearer outcome and a clearer sense of who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, was justice done. And I understand that those are evergreen desires, to have the killer be caught and the order to be restored, and the good guys come out on top.
You talk about your multiple POVs, and you do that so well. I have Tracy Flick, Can't Win, behind me, but even going back to the election, you had all of these and a lot of your writing, but the first person point of views, and then the story kind of unfolds in the middle because you get what Tracy was doing. You understand, it's like we have these multiple main characters and protagonists that are all on their own journeys. And bringing that, especially the interiority, and I think this is an issue for all writers, especially when it's adapted onto film or TV, is a lot of that interiority and their motivation and what's going on inside can ultimately get lost or swept under the rug. Can you talk a little bit about that and how these multiple points of view, I guess, number one, how you do that so eloquently, because props to you for doing that. But then two, what happens when a lot of that is kind of carved away in the adaptation process?
Yeah, that is really one of the central questions of adaptation, because fiction is really great at inner monologue and allowing us to go deep in somebody's thought processes. And the fact is that film is a surface, and fiction goes below the surface. Film kind of stays on the surface. And so the question is, how do we deal with that? One way, of course, is voiceover, which kind of will take that element of fiction, that inner monologue, and project it onto the screen. And one of the great things about Election, and the thing that makes it a classic movie, and actually a screenplay that's taught in film school, is that Alexander Payne and Jim Taylor decided to mimic the structure of the book. So here's a book with 7 first-person narrators. And it's hard to say exactly who the main character is. Each character thinks they're the main character. And arguably Tracy is one, and Mr. McAllister is the other. But there's not a single character who knows the whole story. Only the reader knows the whole story, which is the sum of everyone's points of view. So they're just, you could just go through the book and say, like, oh, Tracy never, here's something that Tracy doesn't know. Here's something that Mr. McAllister doesn't know. Here's something that Tammy doesn't know. Just every character has some gap in their knowledge, but the reader actually knows it all. So it's a case where the reader gets to be the jury in a way. And what was great was when the book was optioned, all the sort of Hollywood execs assumed, okay, now you have to pick one of these characters to be the main character and kind of minimize some of the others. So is it the teacher's story? Is it the, Tracy's story? Is it Paul's story? Whatever it is. And Alexander and Jim said, no, it's everybody's story. And so what you have is the voiceover being handed off from character to character. And so you get that same feeling of just a story being told in a relay. And, that Rashomon effect kind of kicks in, where everybody is telling the same story, but it looks radically different depending upon the source. So I thought that was and that turned out to be very successful. I think it really got at the heart of, it was a very faithful adaptation because you felt that feeling of reading it, of just, oh, this is a collage of everybody's story. With Little Children, which we haven't discussed, that was a book that I adapted with the great director Todd Field, who did Tar. And Todd wanted the voice of the book in there, which it really made me happy as a writer. And what we did was create this narrator who's almost like the voice of the book. He just sort of, so the point of view is coming from some detached observer rather than from the characters. And he's kind of an ironic, older, more mature voice, kind of commenting on the story. And Todd got this narrator, Will Lyman, who was the voice of Frontline on PBS, because he thought it was sort of the voice of adult authority. And he's sort of describing these characters who are behaving like little children, and it creates a layer of comedy and distance that I felt like did a good job of being a portal for the voice of the book. So I feel like, the two feature films that have been made from my work both have a lot of voiceover, and as a result, create space for the voice of the book and for inner monologue and for descriptions of states of mind. Whereas in The Leftovers and Mrs. Fletcher, there's no voiceover, and we just really had to rely very heavily on the actors and what they could do. That's their job, is to reveal the inner state of their character. And somebody like Catherine Hahn and Mrs. Fletcher is just so good at kind of she expresses so many emotions. You just watch her reacting moment to moment to everything that happens, and you start to feel like her inner life kind of pressing on, just pressing through the surface of the world. And so that's one way to do it too, is just hire really good actors and let them, Carrie Coon in The Leftovers, similarly, just she has this kind of, she's a woman who's suffered immensely. Her whole family disappeared in the departure. And you just get this sense every moment that she's just barely holding herself together. And every now and then she just kind of cracks. And there's just a whole story that's told, by her struggle for just keeping hold of herself and sometimes losing that struggle.
With actors, and you're bringing up such a good point, and you mentioned this earlier too, have you ever, and you're giving mad props to a lot of your actors, and rightly so, you've had some amazing actors in your work, at least from what I've seen. Have you ever had that moment where you're like, oh, they're not getting this right, I'm relying on you to be my character, and you're not nailing it? Or likewise, is there a moment, something that you can cite, where it was just like, oh, she got it, or he got it even better than what I thought? Have you ever had either of those two situations?
Oh, well, I mean, that happened all the time. So like with most of, I'm not a director. So on a feature film, even if you're the screenwriter, you're not spending a lot of time on set unless the director is, wanting to do rewrites while you go, which does happen sometimes, but wasn't the case on Little Children, say. And Todd was the screenwriter and the director, so he was on set. I wasn't there very often. The couple times that I was just thrilled with what the actors were doing. On The Leftovers and Mrs. Fletcher, I was more frequently on the set and was just, amazed at what I was seeing. I just thought the level of acting was good. So sometimes you have notes and as a writer, you can convey them to the director, and the director can, however they want to do it, talk to the actors. But I never had a sense of somebody was completely out of it, because if you've written the script correctly, I think, and the actor is a talented actor, then I think you're already 80% of the way there. But like I still remember going on to the set of Election again, where it had nothing to do with the script, and I remember arriving there, and there was just this buzz in the place because people were so thrilled with what Reese Witherspoon was doing as Tracy Flick. And I had written Tracy as a kind of, I think, precociously mature young woman, and a kind of like she had a certain sexual power that she was aware of. That's the Tracy in the book. But if you've seen Election, Reese Witherspoon plays her as there's something like bright-eyed and like both, innocent but weirdly mature. There's just some strange energy that's coming out of her, and I just was unprepared for like the way, she's wearing these kind of stylized clothes, this sort of pleated skirts, and but it was just this kind of wide-eyed, jumping out of her skin performance that she was doing. That was something that, if you told me in theory what it was, I might have said, well, that's too big. That's not what I see. But again, that's the kind of moment where you just go like, that's what she's doing, and it's pretty great. Even if it's not what I expected, it's in many ways exceeds my expectations. So I think it would be a mistake. It would have been a mistake, and no one was going to listen to me anyway, but it would have been a mistake for me to say, I think she should do it my way. I thought her way, has made that character into an iconic figure in American culture. There's something about that, just that electric energy that she generated. That was just a thrill to be around.
Do you think authors or somebody who's having their work adapted, what's the difference between that first book and that first project and maybe the third or fourth? Do you get a little bit more comfort? Do you feel more trusting of the process? Do you feel that you may get a little bit more say? I kind of think of Stanley Kubrick and Stephen King and The Shining. And nowadays, Stephen King's got what? I probably am not even exaggerated, 30 some books that have been adapted in some way or another. But he was not at all happy with the vision that was Kubrick. And that's kind of an iconic example of it. But nowadays, if Stephen King wants to say, hey, you don't do it that way, he's got that clout. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between the very first project and the say that an author might have, and as they progress down the line?
Well, I can talk about it in relation to my own experience, which is very specific, because it's been the story of my increasing involvement. So in Election, I wrote a book, I handed it over to some producers. They found a director and writer. The script was written without my input. And basically I went to the set for, one quick visit, was, really excited to be on the set. And in fact, thought like, well, wow, this is a world that I really like. I want maybe to have more contact with this world. But when I saw the movie in a screening, it was like a press screening in Boston, and I went, and I just thought, it was just like a gift that was given to me. I could not believe that this book that I had written, and I had trouble getting it published, and there's a whole saga around that. And then it had just become this movie, and I thought if I had nothing to do with this movie, it would be like my favorite movie of the year. It was just something that I was thrilled to see. So it was like a gift that was given to me. And then with Little Children, I became the screenwriter with Todd, and we had actually a really good experience writing it. He wanted to be faithful to the book. We sat down, and I remember the first day I said, like, well, where are we going to start? And he just opened the book and said, page 1, and we really just moved through the book and tried to be faithful to it. But that said, then you go into the filming, and a lot of things happened when I wasn't there that surprised me later in a very good way. But I felt like, okay, so I had some control at this one stage of the process. And then again, the control, my control was gone, and I became a sort of a spectator. And I love the movie. I think it's wonderful. But then everything changed with The Leftovers, because I became a producer and a writer in the writer's room. So I was there while the sausage got made. And so then it becomes both a really, wonderful creative process, but also a struggle. There's, I might be fighting for, let's tell this story, but, other people are like, nah, we don't think that's the way to go. Let's go this other way. You win some and you lose some. But I was just there the whole time. And so I felt much more of a sense of ownership. But again, Damon was the showrunner. I was the co-creator. I was an executive producer, but I was not in the editing room making all the final choices, like what music goes over the scene, and which version of, which take of her monologue are we going to use, those kinds of questions. So I would say I had control to a much greater degree than I had on Little Children. But still, there was a point where I didn't have control. And then with Mrs. Fletcher, I was actually the showrunner myself. So that was just a 1 season, 7-episode show that you can't even watch now unless you know how to navigate the web, because it was taken off the HBO platform. But that was amazing, because I was in the editing room making those final creative decisions, and I will say it was a thrill, and I learned a lot about filmmaking. It was also hugely stressful. It was the exact opposite of Election, where I was just given a gift. And here it's like I just was working all the time. I was performing a role that was creative, but also kind of managerial. It was just, I was hiring people. I was, going to like very technical screenings for, that were just for sound or just for, color correction. And, it was maybe more responsibility than I would actually want in the future, because it felt like just a lot on my shoulders, and in the end I'm a writer before I'm a filmmaker, and so I have to kind of figure out where the sweet spot is. But I have definitely kind of crossed that whole spectrum of degrees of collaboration and control.
And I think that writers who are watching and listening right now are going to see themselves in different spots. Maybe they want to just have that gift like you describe, or they would thrive on the pressure and the management. I don't know if I could handle the management. And I'm just curious, because of the way you've described it, is it accurate to say that you prefer having the gift, or which area on the spectrum did you feel most fulfilled?
That's a really good question, because I think getting the gift made me want to be more involved, and I think, what you discover, you can see these guitars behind me. I'm not a great musician, but I've been playing in a band, for the past 10 years with some other guys my age, and even that, when you're just in a fun process, you've got to get 5 people to kind of share a vision, and it can be so much fun and creatively satisfying, but there are going to be moments when, like, everybody has to stop and say, I want to go in this direction. Well, I want to go in this direction. How are we going to accommodate everyone? And there are moments when you can't accommodate everyone, and somebody's got to step back and say, fine, let's do it that way. And I don't think I want to be in a managerial role anymore, but I love the idea of telling my stories in different mediums, and being a screenwriter as well as a novelist. So I think as long as I can do that, I'll be happy, letting a director or a showrunner make some of those final decisions and take that responsibility, which is can be burdensome. There are fights over money. We need so much to make the show the way we want to make it, and what happens? Somebody's got to go and argue with the studio, and that's not necessarily something I know how to do or could do in an effective way. I'd rather let somebody else handle some of that stuff.
And you mentioned, obviously, HBO has changed. A lot of the streaming platforms have changed in recent years from the time that you first started, and the types of shows and what they're producing and what they can get out there. I know a lot of writers try to figure out what they need to write toward, if they need to write toward a market or write toward potential adaptation. I mean, if they have dragon fights in every other scene, chances are that's not going to be produced. So you might need that trade-off. What tips or advice or things would you like to tell writers who are, wondering right now, like, how can I make my book more adaptable?
That is a very good question that I'm sort of struggling with. I've been very lucky in the sense that I've had I've had a fair number of things adapted, and every time, I have a wonderful agent in Hollywood, and she'll say, like, when she got the book, it never didn't seem like an easy sell. You have a book like Election that has 7 main characters, and in some ways feels like it might be YA, except that it's very dark and goes into morally questionable places. Little Children also has ensemble. It has a child molester in it. It's a comedy, but it's a disturbing comedy. The Leftovers, is this kind of post-apocalyptic premise, but without zombies, without pandemics. It's in some ways just a domestic drama set in a post-apocalyptic world. Mrs. Fletcher, a story about an older woman having a midlife sexual awakening. All these things are not necessarily something that Hollywood was dying to do. But I was lucky in that my career coincided with, like, the indie film moment, where the studios were making small, inexpensive movies that were, more adventurous, or, kind of just occupied the more creative end of the spectrum. And then I was there for the golden age of TV, when all sorts of ambitious and odd stories were suddenly being told, and we were being allowed to tell them in the kinds of ways that I like to tell stories. So in that sense, my work did have a home within this bigger system. Right now, it's harder, I think, to get those projects made. So, it never hurts to be aware of what the market wants. But it's also hard. Like I don't churn things out. So it's almost like if I start a novel tomorrow, well, that's going to take me a couple of years. And then for it to get, if it gets optioned and maybe gets made into a film or a show, that's going to take another couple of years. So you're left trying to guess what the market is 4 years from now. And, it's really hard to say what it's going to be. So unless if you're a screenwriter and you have a project and you want to pitch it now, you can kind of say, okay, I understand what the lay of the land is right now. They're looking for, sequels or things that have IP already, or maybe it wouldn't be so bad to throw a dragon in there, or a dystopian story is maybe more sellable than a domestic drama, right? Like you can know those things. On the other hand, if you have a story that you need to tell and you can tell it with, your heart and soul, I would say put your energy there, because a good story, I just think there's no substitute for that.
Absolutely. I'm always reminded of the friends I had way back when before True Blood came out. They had a great vampire saga script written, and nobody wanted it because everybody else already had their vampire stuff in the works. So I might just add on to that. If your thing isn't clicking, it could also be because there's others. You're too similar to what's already out there, or it's just not hitting that zeitgeist at the time. But to your point, if you're writing what you want, your truth, from your heart, from your own creative process, then you've got that going for you. I'm
And you might,
curious. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, you might, if you tell a great story, there's maybe just a greater likelihood that it will connect with somebody who will be its champion, because some of the vagaries of filmmaking really are just somebody getting in a room and convincing other people that there's something great in this material. And I think, it's not so easy to say, oh, go write something great, but I think you're more likely to write something great if you're passionate about what you're doing.
Absolutely. With it being spooky season, I know you're not necessarily a horror writer, but you definitely lean to some dark, haunting themes. I mean, The Leftovers, that premise still haunts me all these years after first seeing it. Are there any eerie or haunting themes that you want to explore in a story, but maybe haven't yet?
Yes, I have a new book coming out in April of 2026 called Ghost Town, and it's a ghost story set in 1974. It's a man looking back on the summer when he was 13 years old, and some weird and terrible things happened to him. So it's the first time really since The Leftovers that I feel like I've gone into my version of genre. If The Leftovers was my version of dystopian or post-apocalyptic drama, this is my attempt at a ghost story, which is a great American form, I think. And as in The Leftovers, I think I'm very much writing my own version of genre, so that really hardcore genre fans might feel like it's a little bit agnostic about whether the ghosts are there or they're products of psychic disturbance. But that's okay with me.
That's okay with me too, because that's what makes it haunting, right? That's what makes it ambiguous and fun to read. So that's excellent. We will look forward to Ghost coming this spring. Anything else new or exciting in the works or in the world of Tom Perrotta that folks should know about?
No, I think that's it. This new book is the thing I've been. I mean, Tracy Flick Can't Win may become a movie, but again, it's not one that I'm involved with, so I just hear rumors. But it would be great to see Reese Witherspoon play Tracy Flick 25 years later.
That would be amazing to see. Okay, fingers crossed for that. We're looking forward to Ghost, and maybe
Ghost
we'll have
Town.
you Ghost Town. I'm sorry, Ghost
That's
Town.
okay.
And maybe we'll have you come back on the Book Fest after that releases to talk more about some spooky ghostly stuff. Okay?
All right. Well, thanks. It's so great to talk to you.
Thank you, Tom Parada. So much a pleasure having you here on the Book Fest Fall 2025.
Thank you.
Hey there. Welcome to BookFest Fall 2025. I'm Bill Bernhardt, and I think there's a bio of me somewhere on this website connected with BookFest. So suffice to say, I've written a bunch of books, and I'm also the host of an annual writers conference called WriterCon in Oklahoma City every Labor Day weekend, which I suspect is why they asked me to address the topic of 7 secret benefits of writing conferences. And good grief, if I'm going to cover 7 secrets, I better get going. So let's plunge right into the 7 secrets explaining why you need to attend writing conferences. Number 1, to improve your writing. Okay, that might not have been that much of a secret. I think everybody, especially before they've had that first published book, feels a little bit insecure about your writing. And to some extent, that's justified because it's like everything else in the world. The more of it you do, the better you get. You've heard the 10,000 hours rule popularized by Malcolm Gladwell, and it takes 10,000 years to master anything. So never think that time you're spending writing is a waste. It's not. And go to these conferences and see what you can learn that will improve your writing craft. Maybe viewpoint is something that comes up a lot. I published my first book in 91. I don't think I even knew what viewpoint was. I did it to some extent instinctively, but I did it a lot better once I knew, what I was doing. And same thing for creating characters, creating multi-dimensional characters. How do you get beyond yourself and writing about yourself and your own past, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, right? And get into a story that's going to be interesting to other stuff. Plus, there are fundamental issues. Where do you go if you have a question about craft? Well, you go to a style guide. Chicago Manual of Style is the one used by virtually all publishers. I didn't know that when I started. Section on Grammar and Style by Brian Garner. That's your go-to when you're wondering, can I start a sentence with a conjunction or can I end a sentence with a preposition? By the way, the answer to both is yes. Doesn't mean you should, but you can and not be violating any rules. And it was a part of what I think has given self-publishing a not great reputation is not that everybody there is a bad writer. They're not, but sometimes they're not familiar with the craft issues that help you make your book more immersive. So that's the number 1 reason to go to a writer's conference. And I put that number 1 for a reason. I see people not only at the conference, but we have an annual cruise. We have the WriterCon retreat, a small group of people focused on their work, exchanging ideas and whatnot. And too often I see people who've gotten, very fond of their work. And sometimes they end up self-publishing it and wondering, why didn't I make $1 million? Well, it's because the book wasn't ready for prime time. At least a lot of times it is. So go to the conference, find out what you need to know. Okay, secret number 2. You're going to improve your writing, yes, but you're also going to improve your knowledge of the industry. And that's another thing that cannot be understated. The publishing world is a lot more complicated than it was when I started in the 1980s, actually. And most of that is for the good. There are more opportunities now for authors to take advantage of, except you can't take advantage of them unless you know what they are, right? Whether you're going to go traditional publishing Why do we call that traditional? Self-publishing is older, but whatever, you know what I mean. Having an intermediary who acts as your conduit to the bookstores. That's traditional publishing, self-publishing, Amazon, hybrid publishing. Some people just publish from the website. Some people use Wattpad. Some people use patronage or crowdsourcing sources, but you can't use any of that unless you know what it is. And some of these decisions are things that you should make maybe even before you start writing, certainly before you start trying to sell the book or get somebody to represent it. You need to have your plan. If you're writing a book for market X, that should influence the way you write. So get all the information you can about the industry. I know a lot of you are sitting there saying, oh, I don't care about the business. I just want to write. Unfortunately, that's not an option in today's world. Being a writer is like having your own small business, and no small business succeeds unless you know what you're doing. Okay. Secret number 3, find your team. Now, what makes up your team is going to vary somewhat depending upon what path you're choosing. If you're going to traditional publishing, you're going to probably want an agent, at least if you're going for the largest publishers. You may have an editor who edits in the house. Whether you do or you don't, you need an editor. And then, of course, you need the publisher. Let me just stop and say a word about editors. Everyone needs an editor. Even guys like me who have published 66 books, I'm still not putting anything out there unless somebody else, many somebody else's actually, have looked at it and given me their thoughts. Authors just tend to get too close to it. You need somebody else to bounce ideas off of. And if you're going for the big 5, that's what we call the largest so-called New York publishers. I say New York because, you know, they have offices in New York, but they're all part of big multinational corporations, except Simon & Schuster, which is owned by a private equity fund. I mean, is that a New York company? Whatever. If you're going that route, then you need to have your team. You're going to need an agent who can sell your book to that market. And then you're going to have an editor and a publisher who can distribute the book effectively so bookstores are interested in picking it up. I wish I could tell you that if you've got a major big 5 publisher, all your editing concerns are over, but that's not necessarily true. Some editors do a better job of editing than others. Editor, associate editor, executive editor, whatever, those are titles. Those guys are in meetings all day long. They do not have time to edit your manuscript. If they're going to do that, they're probably going to take it home over the weekend, and who wants to work then? That's not always the case. I've got a book coming out in April, and I thought my editor, Jeremy, did a terrific job editing that. Really, really helped bring the thing to life. But not everybody gets that. So that's what you're looking for. Your team, your agent, your editor, your publisher, and you're about 1,000 times more likely to get an agent if you're at a conference where you can actually meet them, sit across a table or sit at lunch or in the bar or whatever and talk to them, make an impression, than you will be if you're just sending query emails and whatnot. I'll just brag slightly about my own conference, WriterCon, because I'm in charge of choosing the agents, and I don't choose anybody I wouldn't be happy to have be my agent. In fact, some of my agents, past and present, have been there. So, you know, they're quality people, but I've been to, I'm not going to name any names, but I've been to other places where they had agents who didn't even have a website and couldn't tell me what they've sold. There are agents who, you know, they kind of go to conference to conference, but I don't think they're selling many books. You don't want to waste your time with that. You want to go for the first top flight people who can have track records for selling authors' books. Number 4, you need to understand the market, the marketplace, the marketing. Who are you writing for? If there's, again, a uniform problem I see when I go to the retreat, for instance, where I actually have a chance to read people's manuscripts and connect with them and give direct feedback, and other people do too. I mean, this is the common denominator for a lot of people's first book, whether it's a memoir or it's fiction. You know, the main character is them. thinly disguised, maybe them with superpowers, but it's them, and it's located in their hometown, and the other job and family circumstances are similar to their own. And I get that. That's the easiest thing to write because that's what you know, but it's possibly not the best thing for your book. Don't just sit down and write if you're aspiring to be a professional writer. Now, if this is just kind of writing as therapy for you, fine. Doesn't matter. Do what gets all that out. But if you're writing and hoping to sell some copies of this book, you need to think about, what area am I writing in? What do other books in this area do? What will my readers anticipate? How can I draw people in? Do I need some kind of hook? Do I need some kind of big premise? Do I need characters who sparkle? Well, of course you do. Point is, don't just think about yourself and please yourself. Think about the audience, because if you put things in to attract an audience, you're much more likely to get one. As a writing coach or instructor, nothing is more frustrating than to have somebody come to a program and perpetually reject information saying, no, I'm trying to write something more serious and more literary. I don't want to do that. And then the book comes out and it sells 2 copies, 1 to each parent. They start blaming, it's the market, it's the publisher, it's somebody else's fault. Well, why did you think people would be interested in it if you weren't thinking about the audience in the first place? Going to the writers' conference, talking to other people who are actually functioning in these genres or areas will only make you better able to write it. Number 5, in addition to understanding the market, you need to understand the marketing. Now, this is similar to what I was saying before about publishing and agents and whatnot. I know many of you are sitting there saying, oh, I don't want anything to do with marketing. That's why I want traditional publishing, because I just want to sit at home and with my writing blanket and my writing kitty. Mine's right over there trying to get in while I record this. But, that doesn't work anymore. Traditional publishing, self-publishing, something in between, you have to be involved in the marketing. That may well be written into your contract, whether it is or it isn't. They will expect you to be involved with your marketing. And that means you got to know what works and what doesn't. Social media, ads on Facebook or other places, what works and what doesn't. This is not as horrific as some people make it sound. Back in the day, as I said, my first book was published in 91, and all I can say is if you think going on a book tour sounds glamorous, you've never been on one, because it's not. It's getting up early and flying somewhere and getting on the morning show and then doing the NPR show and maybe hitting a few bookstores and then going to a signing where maybe 2 people show up and you mostly drum your fingers and give people directions to the bathroom. I'm not being bitter. I'm just being realistic. Compared to that, social media is a breeze and it costs nothing, and it does in fact sell books if you know how to do it, know what you can do and what you can't. Remember that you're building an audience. You're trying to get people interested in you and your work. And you don't do that by constantly posting commercials. And there are a lot of other things you can learn, things you can do early, signature block in your email. Got to have a website before your book comes out. Maybe you got to start collecting email addresses so you can start a Substack newsletter. You can't do everything. You've got to choose what you can do and what's going to work for you. And you'll get those ideas and figure out how to make them effective by learning from people who have done it successfully at a writing conference. Number 6 and 7 are kind of related, but 7 secrets sounds so much better than 6. 6 is meet people. Find your support group. This is something I always emphasize at WriterCon, like on the first day. Hey, you found your tribe, People's stories are different, but it's possible you may not have had that much support in your writing career. Maybe people didn't, have the same ideas you did. You're just dreaming, Bill. That's what I kept hearing all the time. But you go to this conference and you'll be surrounded by people who feel the same way you do about books and writing and literature, who understand why this is important to you, why it matters, why books matter. And there's nothing better than that. My daughter Katie hosts a group every year where she puts together critique groups for people who want to have a group, either physically present or online through Zoom or whatever, who can exchange ideas about manuscripts. That is invaluable. I don't know how many she set up, but it's a bunch. Or you may want to get beta readers. I remember Phil Margolin came out to the conference one year, terrific writer. And he said he has 10 beta readers that get everything he writes before it goes anywhere near New York. Why 10? Because he figures if one person doesn't like it, well, that's an outlier. But if 6 people have the same problem, he needs to do something about it. Of course, I'm so insecure, I would start revising after the one person, but whatever, you decide. The point is, everybody needs feedback. Editing, critique group, beta readers, whatever. We all get too close to our work. And so we need feedback from somebody else, which leads us to number 7, which, as far as I'm concerned, could have been number 1 because it's a big part of a good writers conference. Have fun, meet people, chat. I know most of you are not every writer is an introvert, only 98.9% or so. But at the conference, you will find it easier to mingle because people feel the same way you do about things. You are not alone. And we always program things like the open mic, karaoke on Saturday night, talent not required, as I prove year after year. We even have WriterCon Jeopardy on Sunday. It's just a way of getting people together so they can meet and exchange ideas and form bonds that I hope will last, that will encourage you to keep writing even when it doesn't happen overnight, because it probably won't, and encourage you to revise and make it better and help you find your path to publishing success. All right? Those are my 7 reasons. Thanks so much for listening, and thanks for being a part of BookFest Fall 2025.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathleen Kaiser, the president of the Writers and Publishers Network, and this is our sort of annual marketing panel. We had one last fall and the year before, I believe. And this year, we're going to be talking about different strategies that will help you. And what I wanted each person here on my illustrious panel to basically give us focus on one area that many authors overlook when launching their book or continually trying to promote their book. So I'm going to start with Mary White. And Mary is an author of numerous books and has short fiction. She's the owner and publisher of Type 18 Books and Type18Editing.com. And she's the president of the California Writers Club Orange County branch, and currently is an English and writing professor. So Mary's going to talk to us about finding your readers, which I think is a very important topic because most people don't have any idea. So Mary, welcome.
Right, thank you. Hi, everyone. Really glad to be here to talk about books and reading. Is there anything better? I think not. I think the first thing we all think about when we publish our book, beyond, yay, I'm so happy, is to reach out to places like bookstores, local bookstores, and libraries. And I mean, that's a great idea, right? Because who doesn't love a bookstore and a library? But I think you also want to think about other things, to other places that you can reach out. I call it beyond the bookstore. And the way you do that is think about your book. Are there think about the basics of story building, the characters, the setting, even the plot. Are there any topics or interests that are included in your book? For example, we have an upcoming book where the main character is a gardener. So in addition to reaching out to local bookstores, we thought, why couldn't she have an event at a local gardening center or a flower shop, right? Or something like that, to botanical preserves. And all of these ideas are multifold, right? Because you can have events there. If they have a little gift shop, maybe they'll carry your book. Maybe they have a little publication or a newsletter, you can get an ad in. So it's really just thinking about your book and what other type of places you can find readers that aren't particularly reader focused. Another thing to think about is, where's your book set? Obviously, we all know we should be reaching out to our own local, area for events and media and all that kind of stuff. But maybe your book is set somewhere else. Maybe your book's set in another state. So there might be opportunities there. My young adult book actually featured sites in Arizona. So I reached out heavily in Arizona and had Arizona in the title. So people had an interest in that right off the bat. Or if it's, outside of the country, certainly there's people that there's interest groups for studies, there's Francophiles and things like that. So it's another thing to think about. And then after you think about the topics and interest, think about also any groups or organizations, I've already kind of touched on it, that are centered around any of these aspects. And go broad, right? So there's gardeners, obviously, and older folks tend to make up a good percentage of people that have time for these type of pursuits. So why not have a talk at a senior center, right? If they have a little bookshop, some of them are very nice senior centers, and maybe they have a little bookshop. What about an ad in a gardening magazine, as opposed to just constantly looking for book-centered things? I have another book called Bellflower. If it's centered in a certain town, especially, you can reach out to the local Chamber of Commerce, ask them for ideas where you can get out and about. And then another example of that would be, I suppose, cultural groups or some type of social group. You can obviously reach out to local festivals that support, or celebrate certain cultural groups. There's community centers centered around things like that, or publications that seem relevant. Obviously, I'll note that if it's not your culture that you're highlighting, you want to be very sensitive to where you may not be intrusive, but be sensitive and thoughtful about how you approach those kind of things. So beyond the bookstore, think of other places you can get out and about, not only with direct sales, but events, ads, anything like that. The second idea I would put forward is, but more writing. It's, and it's related to the first one in that, is there anything you can write about those interests, those topics, those places? We all know that, it's a good idea to have essays and articles that you can pitch, especially right around the time your book's coming out, so your name is out there, to regular media, but also in the same vein, to special interest type publications. So having things, appear around the time of your launch is always a good idea. For example, we had a book that dealt with the history of the timber wars in the Pacific Northwest. So, of course, part of our brainstorming was thinking about eco-fiction and thinking about online publications and magazines that feature that sort of writing. And we asked our author to write something along those lines. And of course, places and things around Portland where he lives. But another thing is, you don't have to continually write about the book, what inspired the book, what's in the book, which those pieces are great. But are there other elements about you that you can write about? I like dance. I go to a lot of dance shows. Even if it had nothing to do with my book, I could write a little write-up about a local dance show or a personal essay about that particular interest of mine. And you might think, why would that matter for book publicity? But any press is good press. And of course, in your bio, you're going to mention that you have a new book out, right? So I think it's partly making it fun for the author too. But the second idea would be to write more. Think a lot about little pieces, not just, clickbaity things, but longer things. There's a whole range of things you could do, right? And that outside the book topic field, I would say, for an example, one of our authors is a physician. So he wrote articles like how to unstress over the holidays and things like that. So any way you can get out and about and have yourself appearing in, publications or local media, anything like that is a good idea. Think outside the box. And then my third little tip, I guess, is to find your tribe and make connections. Think outside, again, traditional events, traditional ways to put your book forward. And this kind of circles back to where we started, which is back to bookstores, libraries, and definitely, enrich and support your local bookstores and libraries with not only your books, but your presence maybe for an event. But where else do book-loving people hang out? Well, everywhere. But I would say book clubs are kind of an untapped thing. We all want to get with book clubs, right? But how do you do it? Well, they meet all sorts of places now. You know, they might meet at a local restaurant or at that senior center or at a community center, at a church, online. All of these can be approached. You can offer them a copy of your book. I would recommend you come up with book club discussion questions that you can offer, any kind of perks you can think of. We pursued pretty hard a book club opportunity at a brewery for our author, and we just got it, and we're so excited. And I think we all want to travel to go to this book club at the brewery. So think outside the box, you know, look for book clubs. Those are great opportunities, of course. And then as far as the network, there's no better connection than connection with other writers, because we are very creative, and you can join up with other authors, meet authors at events, at, you know, open mics, brainstorm for ways you can do joint or group events. These events, as we know, advertising, all of it is expensive. After attending so many readings myself, I sort of like when an event is more than one person and has something to offer other than a reading. I like it to be centered around a topic or something. And that's when it's fun to team up with other authors to have kind of a joint event. For instance, another author we have, her book is centered around it's inspired by a 19th century artist. Now, her book came out this year earlier. You would think maybe publicity for it is done. No. Recently, I met another author who has a book coming out next year, also dealing with 19th century, also dealing with art. Now those two authors are brainstorming maybe an event, some kind of talk at a local art gallery, right? So that's the beauty, I think, of marketing. We certainly don't view it as right when the book comes out. We're constantly looking around, trying to find opportunities and think outside the box. Author co-ops are becoming very popular. And this is when you team up with a group of authors, and it doesn't have to just be a book fair or a workshop. It can be at your local shopping center. A lot of places have these now open concept kind of food hall type situations where you can rent a table and take turns. You don't have to sit there the whole day, but if you get with maybe 6 other authors, you can sit there and talk to the public and sell each other's books. So again, meeting other authors, getting out and about in your community. And then again, all of these ideas, they're multifaceted, right? You could probably place an ad if that shopping center has a website or they have some kind of publication. Any idea you come by, it also can have multifacets to it. And it's just a matter of brainstorming. And I think the last thing I will say is make it fun. If you don't want to go out and do events, then don't make yourself, look for online opportunities and things like that. But I think it's fun to brainstorm and think of ways to get out and about and do one of the funnest things for writers, which is to talk to readers of your books.
Yes, I think writers that meet their audience and find out who their audience is are often very surprised. We do the LA Times Festival of Books, and there's 12 authors every day, and they all have different experiences with meeting people, especially ones that already have read one of their books. It's really exciting to meet your readers. So thank you, Mary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I asked Ross Rojet from City Book Reviews on because a lot of people, a lot of authors, especially if you're writing or self-publishing, you forget about the book reviews. And book reviews are so important. I mean, yes, Amazon reviews from people who have bought your book are nice for that, but don't you want to be in bookstores? Don't you want to be in libraries? Those people look to authority, to professional book review sites, and that's where they want to see and learn about your book. Ross has one of the really, really good companies, City Book Review. They have, he started in Sacramento. You've got like San Francisco, Manhattan, LA, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, Tulsa, San Diego, and now you have the new kids book buzz. So Ross, tell us about the importance of book reviews and the type of things that you see coming in since you get books every day wanting to be reviewed.
Well, thanks for having me on them. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we started in 2008, so we've been doing this for 17 years now. And when we started, we were just dealing with new books. We still are. Our cutoff is a book has to be within like 60 to 90 days of its release date for us to consider it. With that in mind, we get about 1,500 books a month in. Our team of reviewers is about 80 adult reviewers, I think about 60 kid reviewers right now. And we review probably about 300 books out of those 1,500 every month. We don't judge anything in there. Self-published books coming in get treated just the same as the latest John Grisham book. And same thing on when we publish them. There's no difference in between the two. Like Kirkus Discoveries does only paid self-published books, and then Kirkus is Kirkus. We don't make that distinction. Why do you get a book reviewed from a publication or from a newspaper or the like? It's authority. It is somebody whose job it is, or who is, I won't say part-time, but most of my reviewers are not full-time getting paid to just do book reviews, but they've been doing book reviews for 15 years. We have a lot that have been sticking around that long. So that is a professional person who's reading your book, not to see whether they enjoy it or not, though that is part of it, but how well is the book written? How well is it designed? How well is it put together? Has it been edited? Has it been edited twice? All of those things matter. Are there mistakes? And once you have that review, then the question is, what do you do with it? It's a good source for a blurb on the back cover. It's a good source for a press release. It's good to put on your Amazon page. And you get to put those reviews, the editorial reviews, on your Amazon page in a way that you can't do with your reader reviews. Your reader reviews show up at the top. You got 1,500 of them. You got 3.5, 4.5 stars. That's fine. Somebody can click through and go look at those. But those editorial reviews are right there. And if you go through, especially the big trad books that are on there, they'll have 10, 15, 20 quotes all there as you're scrolling down to tell you why that book is important to read. And it tells you who it came from. And that is a part of, I think, the book reviewing or the book reading public uses to figure out which book they want to read without actually clicking through to see, okay, who does some random person somewhere else in the world like this book or not like this book? I don't know. So that's kind of the pitch there is why do you get a book review? There's, what happened with us and with others is, as we started, most of the local newspapers got rid of their book editors. And I've been watching them slowly fall over the last decade and a half till the point where I think most newspapers just get their book reviews from the AP. And the AP is, does maybe 40 reviews a month, I think. And those are scattered out and they're all the big books. So there's nobody doing small self-published books, small press, etc., other than, organizations like ours. And so that's kind of our differences is that we do everything. I think we have 45 different genres on our list. And we'll fill them up, and occasionally we come up with a new genre that we just did not realize existed. Romantasy is a new one. We haven't quite given it its own category yet, but it's probably going to do it because there's enough books coming out in that category consistently that we want to be able to target those readers and be able to say, hey, look, here's the latest good romantasy coming out that you should be reading. When you were asking about what packaging is like and what reviewers are up against, and it even works with the large publishers, is most of the time a book comes in an envelope. Half the time, 3/4 of the time, it's got a sell sheet in there. That's it. And that's not bad. We at least know who the book came from. We have a bit of information about the author. We have a publicist email, hopefully, or an author email. That last third, those books are showing up, and unless we go digging, we don't know who sent them. You get a book from Macmillan, it just comes in a Macmillan envelope. There's no publicist information in it. The question is, are we going to dig for that? And then it gets worse with the self-publishers, because I can at least find every Macmillan publicist that has sent us a book in the last year pretty easily. You send in a small press book, self-published book, and you don't give me your information, I can't tell you whether we're going to review your book or not. And if we review your book, I can't tell you that we did. So that contact information is critical when you are sending out books for review. The other part to that is, what's your package look like? I mean, not every day. I would say at least once every month, every 2 months, we get a package that makes my receiving clerk go, oh my God, check this out. The comes in a box. The box has a wrapper on it. The wrapper is all about the book or something else. You open it up and there's extra in the book or extra in the box. There's a pen, there's candy, there's tea, things like that. And once you kind of block the system with that and you make somebody say, look how cool this is, the rest of the office takes a look. And that oftentimes will end up kicking up that book to somebody else who's going to say, yeah, I'll take that book, because I'm not just interested in the book now. I want the whole package. And I realize that's expensive. But if you are working on a book, let's go back to Mary's example of you're working on a book about gardening or has a gardener in it, and you put a package together that has some toy gardening equipment in it, and you're only sending out 10 or 15 of them to the places that you think are best likely to review your book, you will get more attention. It will stop. It's in the old system. I've been in retail for like 30 years. We used to get what they called lumpy envelopes. So you get a flat envelope and there's something in it you can tell, and you open it and it was always a pin. But the idea, we're always coming from pin companies who want you to buy 100 pins with your name on it and stuff like that. But you always opened it because you wanted to see what was in it because it wasn't flat. Same sort of thing. Send a package, put a sticker on the outside. Put a sticker that has something interesting on it, or and those are cheap. But you want to be able to create a little bit of a buzz in the office that you're sending it to. And you don't have to do out 500 of them. You're not sending them to every place. But you send that to a bookstore is going to pay attention to it a bit more than they will on just anything else. So whether you're doing it with ARCs, you're doing it with final copies, just make your package stand out a little bit more. Make sure you have your contact information. Give them something to hook. I have shopped at your store before. I have always loved X. I have your tote bag. Whatever you can do that creates that contact between you and the place you're either getting a review from or you're trying to sell the book from, that is probably the thing that, in my experience of doing reviews for 17 years, is the thing that catches my eye more than anything else is, does the package look good?
Those are those great upfront boxes where they give you all kinds of goodies and stuff just to get your attention.
I mean, I will upfront say bookmarks don't cut it. And we oftentimes get one with a bookmark and the like, or a handwritten note, and that's nice. But little package of M&Ms, guess what? I'm probably hungry by the time I'm opening up this box, and that will make me pay attention. It does not take much, but I still have, in fact, I'm having to move my office right now. I still have 3 or 4 boxes over the last 15 years that I kept because the boxes were so cool, and I knew my grandkids would use them and play with them. And I mean, and like I said, call it 1,500 books a month times 10 years, 15 years. That is a lot of packages that come through. And so when those things stand out that much, that is a big deal. The only one, and I still regret it, is we got an ARC package for the Hunger Games at the very beginning when we started, and I sent that off to a reviewer and I didn't keep it. That is my got away story.
So the thing is, send candy or toys.
Send something. It doesn't have to spend much. I mean, but if you're already spending $6 on a box and packaging, and your postage, throwing trinkets in that you buy, at a teacher's supply store or something, just increases the value of it way more than the cost of doing that.
And that's how you get reviews, toys.
That is a way to get yourself from the bottom of the pile to the top of the pile.
That's awesome. I love that.
I love that. Thank you, Roz. Because of something Roz was saying about on your Amazon page, I think I'm going to go to Penny next because she's going to talk about Amazon. Penny Sansevere, I have known probably longer than anybody, almost when I started getting into publishing, because she was handling someone I knew and he said, "Oh, you need to contact her." And we've had a really good time staying up on top of things. This woman is a wizard on Amazon. She's CEO and founder of Author Marketing Experts. She's got 24 books out, and they're all on Amazon, aren't they? Except a couple.
Quite a few of them, yeah.
Yeah, she just floods the market because she wants to make sure everybody knows how they can succeed in Amazon. So we were talking, and I said, she said, what about the power of the Amazon page? So Penny, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. And I want to piggyback on something what Ross was saying just before we dig into Amazon. One year we had an author who had a book. It was a romance, and it was about a cookbook author. And she inserted recipes at the end of every chapter. And one of the recipes was for orgasmic cookies. So she went to a local bakery. She was in Los Angeles. She went to a local bakery. And I remember one season I had stacks of these cookies in my office, and I was literally boxing them up for reviewers. Like, can you imagine getting a book with cookie? I mean, it was amazing. And the reviews that she got, across the board, and the numbers were amazing, so huge. So yes, skip the bookmarks, go for snacks, just put that out there, and fun swag. So what's interesting is that a lot of times authors will kind of set it and forget it. So they'll upload their book to Amazon and be like, oh, I made the finish line. Look, I have 24 books, 25 coming out soon. I have a lot of books out. I get it. By the time you get to that finish line, you're kind of done, right? You're kind of like, oh, let's just let Amazon take it from here. Well, guess what? Amazon does not take it from there. And there's a number that's circulating, and it's staggering how many books are published every day. But this gets even more granular. So there's a book published like every 8 seconds in this country. How crazy is that? So when you think about that, you think about, so let's say only 90% of those books wind up on Amazon. So they're all, getting uploaded. They're all crowding the Amazon bookshelf. And the majority of those authors, I would say, a very high 95, 99% of them do set it and forget it. They're like, you know what? I'm going to let Amazon take it from here. When an author comes to me and they say, I'm running Facebook ads, or I'm running other social media ads, or I'm running Amazon ads, and I'm getting a lot of clicks, but I'm not getting any sales. Like, there's a lot of people going to my Amazon page, but nobody's buying my book. That tells me that there's something wrong with your retail page. Your retail page has to convert. You have to get people to buy. Amazon doesn't care if people buy your book. Amazon just wants them to buy something. And not to make Amazon like the big bad beast, but they're there to sell something. And whether it's your book or your competitor's book, they really don't. They don't care, right? Whoever has the best retail page, whoever resonates best with the readers, things like that. So think about I have a whole talk on keywords and categories, which can dip into just a little bit here because it gets really far down the optimization rabbit hole. But think about your book description. So Ross just talked about reviews, right? People like what other people like. Okay. So lead your book description off with a standout review. Okay. And that is something. So even if the reader has no idea who the reviewer is or the review source, people like what other people like. Lead with a standout review. Keep your book description really succinct to your book, which I know sounds kind of obvious, but you would be amazed how many book pages that I look at that I'm like, I still don't know what this book is about when I get to the end of the description. And that's something that, Mary talked about in her segment is you got to know your reader. You have to know what resonates with your reader. Absolutely. So writing a book description, your book description is not about you, even though it's your book and you work very hard for it. It has to be about what appeals to your reader. And that is something that will literally change your life in terms of how well your book sells on Amazon. Even things as simple as white space or bolding or bullet points, if you have written nonfiction, those things help. Remember that we don't read, we scan when we're online. So you want to make your book description also scannable, right? So it's not just one paragraph and it's jammed all this text together and it overwhelms the mind. Okay. So the next thing is going to be, and I'll talk about Author Central in just a second, but the mind is a visual processor. Okay. So Amazon A+ content, whenever you have access to it. Now, some of you may have a publisher that has to do it. Some of you may not, if you're not in KDP. So Kindle Direct Publishing, which is Amazon's publishing portal, there's access that you have on the back end to be able to upload the A+ content. And if you're sitting there thinking, what's A+ content? So A+ content, if you've ever looked at a book retail page, and now that we've talked about it, we're talking about it, you're going to see it everywhere. It's kind of like you see the red car that you want to buy, like, oh, there it is. 5 times I saw that today. A+ content is visual content on the Amazon retail page. So it's about halfway down, and it can be anything from, book awards or benefits of the book or an excerpt of the book, characters, whatever. You'll see it across the board on different, retail pages. What it does is it helps to it helps to keep the reader on the page longer, which helps to convert them. It also helps the reader to better grasp what your book is about. Now, hopefully your book description hit that out of the park, but sometimes the readers need an additional nudge, and Amazon A+ content can really do that. It also helps to take back more of your Amazon retail page, which if you look at any book retail page on Amazon loves to cram all kinds of other things on that retail page, again, because their goal is to sell you something, right? And when you put that A+ content on there, it helps you to take back more of that page, right? Now, the other thing that you want to do is get to know Amazon Author Central. So if you have published a book on Amazon, regardless of how you published it, whether you've gone through a publisher or you uploaded it to Ingram Spark or KDP or whatever, you have access to Author Central. So it's author.amazon.com. The URL is memorized in my browser. It's kind of like how we don't remember phone numbers anymore because everything's just a button in our phone. And your login, if you've never been there, your login is just your standard Amazon login, right? You can go in there and change up your bio, amplify your book description if you feel like your book description needs work. Adding editorial reviews. So when City Book Review sends you that review, right? You can add it certainly to your Amazon retail page, or you can add like an excerpt from that review to your Amazon retail page, maybe one sentence, really appealing sentence, right? And then add the full review to the editorial reviews. Again, psychologically, right? People like what other people like, but it also helps to take back more of your Amazon retail page in terms of the space. You have all these reviews, you have this beautiful visual content, and then you also have your author bio. So a couple things about your author bio. Put something in there that's relevant to your genre. So why did you write mystery, or why do you write sci-fi or self-help or romance or whatever that is, right? Your bio is the start of your conversation to your reader. And a lot of times authors overlook that. They think, oh, I'll just put up a bio, it's fine, nobody's paying attention. And these are generally the same folks that don't upload an author photo. So you end up being that little gray box on Amazon that looks very impersonal, right? It's just kind of like you weren't paying attention. And here's something that my 25 years in business has taught me. Readers are very keen on details. The details matter to your reader, okay? So having an author photo, having a bio that has some sort of connection to the genre that you're writing in. You know, you don't have to be, I'm an expert in mystery or so. Like I don't know. Like I read Nancy Drew when I was growing up, and I've always wanted to write, you know, this was kind of my start down the mystery, you know, genre, whatever that is, whatever, you know, whatever drew you to that, that is your connection to the reader. Going into the back end of your Author Central, you can add all of those enhancements. Now, even if you have a publisher that's added that for you, you may want to tweak it. You may want to change it up. Add your author website, okay? And a lot of times, so Amazon's a little funny about this. A lot of times Amazon will say, well, you can't actually add a URL, and they're never live because Amazon doesn't want a clickable link on their website to go to somebody else's website. So typically what I'll do is I'll put in, you know, www dot, for example, a marketing expert dot, and I'll write out the dot as opposed to the dot. And a lot of times that kind of bypasses the Amazon system. And you may find that also sometimes with reviews. So Kathleen was nice enough to send me a lovely endorsement review for my latest Amazon book. And there was a tiny little word in there that Amazon futzed over, right? They're like, oh, we just don't really, yeah, blah, blah. So it kept getting rejected. So sometimes you do have to play with the content a little bit for Amazon to get, you know, for Amazon to be like, oh, okay, well, I guess this is acceptable. It's basically the same review, and it was just like a spacing issue or something weird like that. Sometimes, you know, again, it's just the bots that are in the back end of the Amazon website that accept or reject, you know, but adding more content to your Amazon page is really, really key. And I would encourage you, if you're listening to this and you're like, oh, I'm running these ads, I'm not doing very well. You want to really pause all the ads until you can start to make changes to your retail page. And here's why. Your Amazon, so Amazon takes their cues from Google. So Jeff Bezos was an early investor in Google, and pretty much everything that's on the Amazon website in terms of optimization and algorithm and all of these weird kind of nerdy terms that I love to geek out on mirrors Google. Okay. So if you are sending traffic to your retail page and that traffic isn't doing something, like they're not clicking and buying, right, downloading, Amazon's going to lower your relevancy score, and it's going to stop showing your book in as many organic searches. Okay, so that's a problem. That's another reason why you want to do it. The other reason why you want to be careful with that is that when you're running Amazon ads, if readers are clicking on your retail page and they're not buying your book, now Amazon knows there's an attrition, right? Not everybody that clicks is going to buy. That would be a high quality problem to have, right? But Amazon looks at the overall kind of score of how many people have just clicked off, and the majority of them, let's say, have. Your ads are now also going to cost you a lot more money, because Amazon's like, well, you're just going to have to pay more for that exposure, sunshine, because your book retail page is not doing, you know, not doing what it's supposed to do. And I would say that the final thing is, and this does relate to, you know, optimization, but also to any ads that you're running, is make sure that you have a reader match. I mean, Mary led with that, right? The reader match is so important, but it's interesting how overlooked it is. And what she said is very accurate. Like sometimes you go to these events, you're like, oh, I'm so surprised at who my reader is. And I get it. Like we don't have, as authors, we don't have big market research teams to, you know, make sure that we are exactly aligned with the exact right readers, right? You have to make sure that the books that you are pairing your book with when you're running Amazon ads are a genre match. That is so important, because that can impact also back to your relevancy score. It can impact the cost of your ads. It impacts absolutely everything, but it also impacts things like getting reviews. So if you think that your book is, say, hypothetically a cozy mystery, but it has some edge to it, it's not really such true cozy, but you're sending it to, you know, a bunch of cozy mystery influencers on Instagram, you're going to get a really high rejection rate. So your genre match matters everywhere, but it also matters to your book description on Amazon. Okay, you want to make sure that your book description matches what the reader is expecting. Okay, verbiage, elevator pitch, things like that. It's going to matter to your A+ content. Again, make sure that you have a reader matches to, and it matters to your ads. And then, as I said, just off of Amazon, who you're pitching. It all makes a huge difference. It doesn't take an enormous amount of effort, but it does take some real thoughtful consideration in terms of making sure that your book, and didn't even talk about book cover, right? Let's leave that aside for now. Let's say your book cover is outstanding, but is it exactly right for is there a market match with your book cover? That's extremely important. And I've actually had authors who, like really successful authors, who will, if the book launches and they're like, oh, this cover is not right, they will pivot and actually upload a new book cover. Like, you know what? I think this one is going to be stronger. So learn from your mistakes. And as you continue to publish your books, it does get easier. We don't always want to have to get to a place where we're replacing a book cover on Amazon because it wasn't quite strong. But sometimes, we make mistakes. We think our books are something else that they, in different genres. And I have conversations with authors every week who are, have a genre misalignment with their book. So it happens. If you feel like this is you're definitely not the only one.
Yeah, that's one thing that's very hard for many writers, I've found, is
very hard.
making sure exactly where they are. They go, well, I'm in 3 or 4 genres. Well, what's the key genre? Okay,
Right.
Maybe
Right.
you have secondary markets you can publicize to and promote to later, but what's the majority of it? That's where you're going to get the bulk of your sales.
Or they have a genre that doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, that also happens.
That's like flat out, you're not allowed to do that. End of story. I know I sound like a huge buzzkill. Sorry. I probably won't get invited back to a panel again, but I'm telling you, if you must pick an existing genre, full stop, because otherwise you're just going to be sit there out in Amazon and nobody's ever going to find you.
Right. Thanks, Penny. That's a lot of information and really good things. When you were talking about covers, leads right into what Adana is going to talk about with ebook promotions, because Adana found out that, Adana, I'm just going to introduce you. Adana is a poet and an award-winning poet, and also has the founder of ABM Collective, a boutique design marketing studio, and co-founder of Pro Book Launch, an AI-driven platform that helps authors optimize their books. Adana, talk to us now about ebooks. And I know if you could start with the cover, because I think so few people, that things you've learned talking with those companies have really been valuable.
Thanks, Kathleen. Yeah, everything I put together kind of pulls a little bit from Mary, Ross, and Penny's talk. So it's probably good that I went last because it sort of plays off of all of this. But yeah, I can start with covers. Covers are super important. I work with an ebook promotion site often, and I had been doing some ebook promotions and they were kind of falling flat, and I asked them why, and I gave them the book titles, and they critiqued all of the covers for me. And one of the things about Amazon that's so important is when you are scrolling through Amazon, those book covers are about an inch tall, right? So if your book cover doesn't stand out, if it's not clear, if it's muddy, all of these things, it's not going to appeal to people to pull them in and want to even go to your sales page, which is, this really super important kind of place where people land there. And just like anything else, it is that your first impression. And if you don't pull people in that moment, they're going to move on. Reading habits have really changed in the last few years. And during the pandemic, we saw an increase in readership, and now we've seen a drop in readership just across the board as Americans. I found a really interesting stat while I was working on this, which is that in the last year, so 2024, only about 14% of people actually set a reading goal for that year. So that's a huge drop. You know, it used to be much more than that. And I think that that's really important. And it shows that as authors, we're not only competing with other books and their wonderful covers, but we're now competing with Netflix and TikTok and podcasts and, you know, audiobooks, even, just because we're not like reading, we might be listening, but there's so many other forms of entertainment out there that are pulling our attention everywhere. So when we're talking about ebook promotions, things that used to really elevate your book, you could run 1 or 2 ebook promotions at 99 cents and it would have this real a lasting effect on sales. And that's not true anymore. I think that when we're looking at Amazon, and Amazon has just had this shift to a new algorithm, which from A9 to A10, and this has really kind of shaken everything up to, I mean, for us, for marketers, like we've had to kind of shift in the last 6 months or so and adjust how we do things. This is an interesting stat to me. So 14% of readers set goals. Only 70% of people on Amazon make it off the first page, search page. So if you're not doing things to elevate your book and really get on there, like, I mean, your books are invisible. Like Penny said, a book every 8 seconds is published. So we have to work really hard. That's bringing in everything we do from outside in, because the shift from the A9 to A10 algorithm is really looking at off-site things, like off Amazon, your website, your social media, your newsletter, all of that stuff kind of pushes into your Amazon and helps lift your sales. So when we're looking at ebook promotions, the things that used to work, you have to make this bigger. You have to run your social media ads, your Amazon ads, and ebook promotions all at the same time. You can't just run an ebook promotion and hope for the best. I mean, you might get a spike in sales, but that long-term visibility just doesn't last anymore. So I think when we're thinking about ebook promotions and how they work in today's market, is you really have to stack. And this comes down to the difference between looking at your book or your books as hobbies versus a business, right? Like, because you have to invest some money into these things to make your Amazon sales kind of hopefully explode. I mean, that's always the goal, right? Like, we want a bunch of sales, we want to move everything forward. And if we're not willing to invest in that, it's not going to work for you. So I think that in today's world, we really have to take a different approach. And I think that stacking and having ebook promotions run over the course of weeks with some social promotions and Amazon ads, and then also funneling your newsletter into it. So everything that you're doing at the same time is going into your Amazon, and that makes Amazon go, oh, this book's really important. Maybe we need to put it on that first page. Maybe we need to make sure people see it. And that's the goal with an ebook promotion. Is it's there's no point in doing it if you're not like looking at your entire platform. So that means you need an entire platform also in today's world. You have to have a website, you have to have some kind of social media, you should start growing a newsletter. And then, like Penny said, from your author bio, from your author page on Amazon, you can make this cyclical and lead people back from Amazon that might have found you on Amazon back into your social media, back into your website, into your newsletter. Offer them something really cool to sign up for your newsletter. There are lots of things out there that are really cool. One of my favorites is, especially if you've written fiction, is creating a playlist like on Spotify or YouTube, and sharing that as a link so you can really set the mood and world build into your book, and people can listen to it while they read, and you can build social media posts off of it. Like, there's so many cool things that you can do. And my advice is to always go into your genre and see what other people are doing for inspiration. Don't copy them exactly, but use what they're doing to help you figure out how you want to lead people along on your book's journey. Because that's what it is, right? Like, you're bringing them in, you're creating a community around the stories that you tell, whether it's nonfiction or fiction. I mean, you really want to create a world and have your readers feel involved. You know, we're into a personal world right now because of social media. Like, people get to know us, and we really, really want to build that world and bring them in. And, you know, whether you're nonfiction and you can help people and you have a story to tell, or you're fiction and you're building this really cool fantasy experience, like, bring them into that. And then, you know, lead them into your newsletter, and then your newsletter can send them to your Amazon. And, you know, it becomes a thing. They share it with their friends, and that's the goal. For me, I mean, when I'm working with clients through both my studio and through Pro Book Launch, I mean, everything I do every day is to try to help create and elevate other people's stories, not my own. I rarely get to work on my own. But my goal is always to, you know, to coach and to give my experience to them, so we can create systems for them that go beyond their launch. I mean, you know, a great launch is really exciting, but that's just it. It's a moment of excitement. We want longevity out of your book launch. And everything that I do as a marketer and as a designer is to try to create stuff for my clients that build from that, so they can have longevity and they can take this and really use it for their next books. You know, like, I mean, hopefully everything that I teach at panels, and I learn something from everybody, that whenever I get to speak through them, like through the podcast that Kathleen and I do a podcast. I mean, it's, I love books so much. Anyway, I think that my point is that, you know, ebooks are great. Ebook promotions are great because they really can help kind of jumpstart your sales, but you need systems around that, or that ebook promotion is not going to work for you the way that you were hoping. And so when you're looking at your book and you're looking at your sales, and you're like, Penny also gave a stat, which I think it's about 99% of authors who publish do zero marketing. So, I mean, that's wild. That's a wild stat to think about, that the majority of books out there are not getting any dedication from their author. And that's ultimately what it is. Like, it's the difference between looking at it from a business point of view and a hobby point of view. And, you know, we have put so much work into our books, like, they deserve us to keep kind of fighting for them, and not just publish them and send them out into the world and hope that, you know, I like to say that as a hay in a haystack, that someone's going to find it in these millions of books that are produced every day, pretty much. So, you know, I mean, without systems, like, your book will disappear. And I think that that's why we're all here, is to help you find the systems that work best for your book.
Right. Promotions are a really good way to try and sustain an interest in your book. Having it for like $1.99 or something in the beginning, running up some sales that way. I always find those really work well. So as we're going forward here, we're almost finished. Are there some wrap up things that, like, Mary, is there something you'd like to tell us? You're muted.
I did that because my dog was trying to bark a minute ago. No, I feel like, I mean, I was occasionally putting notes in my own phone based on some of your recommendations. So thank you very much. I think what you said there a second ago, you know, we're offering all this different types of ideas and information. And one of the first things I ask authors that I sign for my publishing house is, like, what does your book launch look like for you? do you want to be on podcasts? Do you want to be on social media? And I know we all can sit here and say you should, but sometimes people are older or for whatever reason, they don't want to. I mean, I think it's good to think about what do you want your goals to be? I think every writer would agree they want their book to be read though. So, because that's one of the, but that might involve you go speak to local groups and you sell 10 copies, 15 copies here or there. I think it's a matter of, you should put some effort into it, but decide which one of these avenues, is good for you and then pursue it. It makes me sad that, what would you say, 99% of books, people do no marketing. And we see them online. They just, I always tell people, anybody can publish a book this afternoon if you want to, but who's going to read it? You want people to read it. You got to think about your approach and alter it as you go on, depending how you're feeling,
Right. Penny, any thought?
No, I mean, I too learned a lot from this session, and I'm really thrilled to be on this panel. I think that as authors, we really have to, I mean, it feels very overwhelming. So when you go to writers' conferences, you attend a marketing panel, it's like, oh my gosh, I have all these ideas. I feel like I'm drinking from a fire hose. So I would suggest that you walk away from this panel with like, okay, these are the 3 things I'm going to do. Right. These are the 3 things I'm going to start with. I have a list of 25, but I'm going to start with these 3. The other thing that I would really suggest that you do is keep a marketing journal. In fact, we have I do a podcast, and we just did an episode actually on tracking. And one of the reasons why I like to track everything, or I recommend authors also that they track everything that they do, is because when something breaks and in a good way, right, and something just explodes and does really well, I can't tell you over the years how many authors I've talked to are just like, I don't remember what I did. So, if you want to replicate it, if you want to try to like if something really worked, you want to be able to do that again and again, because not everything that we do works. Right? We try some stuff. We're like, oh, I know everybody's really big on whatever it is, Goodreads or BookBub, but I didn't, it kind of left me like I didn't really have a good experience. I didn't get a lot of reviews or whatever it is, right? Find your own path, and your book at some point will really show you kind of where it needs to go if you're getting out there enough. And that's where keeping this in some kind of a list is going to really benefit you down the road, especially as you have more books coming out and you're like, oh, I did these 10 things and this worked really well. The other 7 things that I did, I'm just going to forget about those because those didn't, those didn't do well for me.
Yeah, it's good to track. You have to track what you're doing and know,
you have to track,
to verify it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're spending money, you need to know if it was well spent. Did I get results or not?
Right, exactly. And I would say that, the other thing is if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true, because there's a lot of people out there trying to scam authors to make a buck. And I think that before you hire somebody to help you market your book, if that's the route that you're going to go, to do anything, even if it's cover design, whatever it is, ask some smart questions and look at other authors they've worked with, because I'll tell you, I get them too. I had somebody want to turn my book on how to get published into a movie. I'm like, oh, that sounds really interesting. Like, I'm sure people will be, it's going to be the next Star Wars. People are going to be lining up for that movie. It's crazy. So ask smart questions for sure.
Smart questions always help. Ross, any quick final thoughts?
I think the one thing I realized after listening to everybody that I didn't bring up, that's specific to what I'm talking about, is use reviews to tell you who your audience is or the things that you need to do to change your book. A bad review is not necessarily that we don't like you or your book. It is, there are some issues that need to be done. Or, our kids, weirdly enough, without being told, always at the end of their reviews say who the book is for. And they give a specific. This would be good for a 4-year-old who likes dinosaurs. Okay, It's a very narrow thing, but kids who like dinosaurs is a search term. And if you have that in your on your A+ page, then people who are searching for books for their kids who like dinosaurs. So in between those two things is, yes, you're if you get, say, 5 professional reviews, you're going to get 5 different ways to market your book, because each one of those is going to be somewhat different about telling you who that reviewer was and what they took away from it, or who they think it is for.
Yeah.
And then the other part to it is that negative reviews are a learning experience. Every so often we do a negative review and the author wants to argue that we're not qualified to read his book. The reviewer wasn't qualified to read his book. Fill in the blank, all the various reasons why. We come back to, no, your book really sucked. Okay. By the time I get involved, I actually have to read like a third to half the book. And my usual response is, no, reviewer was right. You needed 2 more rounds of editing. You don't know how to do dialogue. And besides, punctuation is not your friend. But that's the other part to it is that good reviews help you sell. Bad reviews help you make a better book.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right, by the way, because I tell you, there's so much that you can learn from. And negative reviews are not fun. Like, I get it as an author myself, but man, you can learn a lot from them.
Yeah.
It's not just Ross trying to be mean. They're really trying to be helpful.
Dana, any last quick thoughts before we leave?
Yeah, I think that when you're looking at doing things like ebook promotions or any kind of promotions, make sure also that your book leads people where they need to go. You can put your website in the back of your book. You can also invite people to follow you on social media, especially if you have an ebook. Think about ways to make sure that your entire network is kind of this circle. So, wherever they find you, they can find your book, they can find you on social media. So you can use all of those platforms to drive people to where you need them to, which is mostly Amazon, bookstores. I mean, if you're going to do book signings, all of that kind of stuff, how are anybody going to know you? So, to have really successful ebook campaigns, having your social media or your website or your newsletter or all of it. I mean, like Mary said, not everything is for everyone, but I really believe that you have to have a website. You should have at least one social media. I'm much more comfortable online. I don't really want to go talk in bookstores, but some people only want to go talk in bookstores, but you still need to drive people there. In all of the places that you're doing, you have to drive people there. So, when we look at things like any kind of promotion that we're doing, we're running social media ads, we're running Amazon ads, we're running ebook promotions. All of that is to drive your sales. So how are you supporting that?
Okay, well, we're over time, so thank you very much. I appreciate everybody, and I hope that the people watching learn something. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Leslie Lefebvre, and I'm here today at BookFest to talk to you about holding the power in the palm of your hand. And I'm talking about print book strategies for indie authors. So let's get started. We all know, particularly indie authors know, that ebooks are great, but there's still nothing quite like a physical book. Ebooks changed the industry for sure. They allowed new opportunities, new freedoms, new possibilities better than ever before in the history of publishing. And that's been a fantastic thing. But the reality is that in the general world, most people don't read. But of the people who read, the people who read are still reading more in print than they are in ebook. This does not mean that ebooks aren't growing dramatically and that there aren't authors who can make a complete living off of selling ebooks. But the bold reality is that if you're not paying attention to print books, you're missing out on the largest part of the book market. Ebooks are still no match for printed books. There's a stat from Statistica from 2023 that shows in various countries of the world the percentage of sales of the population that purchase an ebook versus a printed book. And this is just going back a couple years ago, 2023. And that is, you'll notice, Great Britain, Japan, where we know that digital is very popular in Japan, but still print books are outselling. You're looking at places like Spain and Australia, France, Canada, and the U.S. And or China and the U.S., I should say. When you look at the US, you're seeing that ebooks represent like 20% of the population have purchased an ebook, but 30% of the population have actually purchased a print book. And so there's a huge part of the market that authors are missing out on if they're not getting into print books. Another stat from the Association of American Publishers is, hardcovers are about 35% of the market, paperbacks are about 36% of the market, ebooks are around 11% of the market. And audio is growing dramatically. It's still only about 11%, but it has a lot of way to go. And interestingly enough, this is mostly traditionally published books. So mass market used to be a dominant element for book sales. Even when I started in the 90s in book selling, mass market and hardcovers were the two primary editions, and then the other trade paperbacks were virtually non-existent except for literary titles. And it seems like the ebook space has taken over a significant chunk of what used to be mass market. So publishers are either doing trade paperbacks, hardcovers, and ebooks as well. But again, as you see that this is the big publishers. These are the big 5 publishers and thousands of other smaller publishers. That's the AAP, by the way, Association of American Publishers, are still showing primarily print sales. Even the Alliance of Independent Authors, which is indie authors, looking at, and this is stats from 2021, that print book sales are still on the rise. They increased in fiction, obviously graphic novels, which make more sense. They're still a better experience to read in print. Fantasy, science fiction, and even romance. Although romance is dominant in the ebook space, it still grew 30% back then. So again, showing that print is not dead. And one of the things that's important to remember when you're thinking about your book is your book is a billboard. It's visible. And a lot of authors focus a lot of their time and energy on digital marketing. So that's Amazon ads or BookBub ads or Facebook ads or ads on TikTok or any of those places where you're paying money for that book cover to appear so that somebody might click it and might buy your book. But when you're doing that, you're spending money on pushing your book, which is a billboard. The book cover is a billboard. I think it was Jim Bain from Bain Publishing who initially had said that decades ago. But it's only visible when you keep feeding that slot machine, when you keep throwing quarters or dollars or hundreds of dollars into the slot machine, then that book cover may come up, just like on a slot machine. When a physical book is in the world, even investing money in getting physical books into the hands of people, whether it's donations, etc., that book cover is a billboard. People can see that book when someone's reading it on the bus, but they can't see that same book if you're reading it on a Nook or a Kobo or a Kindle or some other digital device or on your phone, for example. Now, that's one of the reasons why physical book sales are still so important, is people reading physical books in public is advertising. You're not paying for that advertising. You may be paid to get that into a single person's hand, but that ongoing reading of the book, that book is visible whether they're reading it in public or whether it's a book that they see on a shelf or on a coffee table or something like that. Another thing as an author, there is nothing quite like walking into a bookstore or a library and finding one or more of your books on the shelves. Honestly, it is one of the most profoundly wonderful experiences as an author. It's almost like that time when you get the box of books from your publisher or the ones that you've printed yourself from the print-on-demand company, and you open the box and you see that baby for the first time and you get to touch your book. That sort of wonderful feeling you have. It's a similar feeling when you walk into a bookstore or a library and manage to see your books on the shelf there. Now, being self-published doesn't mean that you can't get into bookstores or libraries. That's something that's very important to remember. Having a publisher, having a traditional publisher with actual warehousing and print distribution may make getting books into bookstores and libraries easier. But in either case, whether you're doing it yourself or whether you're working with a publisher, it's still about a relationship that you have to curate and you have to nurture. And I'm going to get into some strategies on how and what you can try or might want to attempt to adapt into your repertoire of marketing techniques to help you with that. So, in a nutshell, at the high level, you have online listings, right? You have access, indie authors have access to this as well. Now, physical bookstores are not likely to carry print-on-demand titles that are non-returnable, but they can special order them, and they are listed there for people to order for home as well. And other ways are, of course, consignment, and that's either using your author copies or a direct relationship with the store and bringing those in on consignment. But you can also think outside the box, and I'm going to get into that. Now, the high level thing that I want to ask you to think about, and yes, I'm riffing on JFK, is ask not what your local library or bookstore can do for you. Ask instead what you can do for your local library or your bookstore. And when you're looking at print-on-demand options for authors, here are some of the high-level options that you have available to you. So you have Kindle Direct Publishing has a print option, and that's Amazon's self-publishing platform. And this is great for Amazon Direct Publishing, but it's not at all good for distribution. They have an option there called extended distribution. I cheekily call it pretended distribution because the terms that they set it up when they end up going through Ingram to be available for the rest of the world are a dramatically short, reduced discount. Bookstores get like a 5% discount, which is not attractive to them at all. And obviously, bookstores and libraries are not as interested in ordering books from a competitor that kind of seems to be working to put them out of business, or seems to have been a side effect of a lot of their business practices as well. So Kindle Direct Publishing print is fantastic for print. It's free. You get decent margin because there's no in-between people as well. And it's wonderful for getting your book on Amazon. But for getting your book beyond Amazon, you've got sort of four main choices. I mean, there's more, but Ingram Spark, probably the Cadillac of print-on-demand tools, and it's fantastic for print. I would never use it for ebooks, by the way. You also have Draft to Digital Print, which is a free tool option as well. You have B&N Press, and you have a Publish Drive. Those are four of the major players to get involved in. I think Ingram Spark's probably one of the best ones out there, but there are some free alternatives as well. And I know Draft to Digital Print, which I'm going to walk through an example for that for you to show you how it is. But only use one of those options. They all use Ingram Lightning Source Print on Demand. So if your book's set up at Ingram Spark, you don't need to set that print book up at D2D Print or B&N Press or Publish Drive. Now, one of the challenges with B&N Press is you're set up just to get the book on Barnes & Noble. It's locked in with Ingram through Ingram's Lightning Source, and you can't use that same ISBN on any of the other platforms. So that's something to be aware of. But with Ingram Spark, with D2D Print and with Publish Drive, if you're using one of those, you can get it onto all the platforms, including Barnes & Noble. There are other options for print as well. Lulu has some great resources as well. Book Vault for those custom special editions, which I'll be talking about a little bit later, and even local printers, which I'm also going to talk more about. But I want to just give a brief example and show you some screenshots of D2D Print, just to give you an idea of how to go set that up. So when you're logged into your Draft to Digital dashboard at drafttodigital.com, you click on Add a New Book, you load the content, and then you walk through the process of your metadata, entering your title and the series information, if it's part of a series, the description, the categories, like what subject areas in the bookstore it's going to go to, some keywords as well, the publication date. Once you've loaded your Word document, there's a system that will try to break that down and show you, hey, are these your chapters? And shows you a chapter layout, as you can see in the middle screen. And And if the chapters are wrong, there's a really handy button that says, "Help, these aren't my chapters." And you can go back and say, "Oh, look for bold text that's centered and larger." And you see examples of different ways it may want to interpret your Word document into a properly formatted, chapter broken down book. Also, if you neglected to add end matter or front matter, like a title page, copyright page, dedication, etc., there's an option for you to add that and to key in what you want to key in there, as well as about the author, about the publisher, etc., or even also buys, like other books by you with universal book links as well. And then once you're ready and you go to the next step, you can choose from one of 21 different templates, where it gives it kind of a professional field where you can even add drop caps or fancy headers and things like that to your chapters just to make it look somewhat like a professionally designed book. And again, this is free. Again, it's very customizable, which is handy. There's even poetry templates because poetry doesn't adhere to the same standards of justified text, etc., etc. In poetry, the poet controls where the lines begin and how they look and where they are placed on the page. So poetry gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of sticking to the initial style that you might have used in your Word document, but you can still pick some of those fancier options for headers, etc. And then, if you don't have a full print cover wrap, Draft to Digital will create an automated cover wrap for you. It'll take the predominant color in your front cover. It will do a machine perfect cover wrap for you, the perfect lined up spine. If the spine's thick enough, if there's enough room for text, it'll allow you to control and add that text on the spine, as well as control, do you want an author photo on the back, yes or no? What do you want it to be? And then what format and fonts do you want for the back of the book? And there's, again, a machine perfect ISBN. Whether you provided your own ISBN or you used a free ISBN from Draft to Digital, that barcode will be placed there for you, and it's machine perfect, so it's perfect for printing and selling. When you get to the publish screen, you have an opportunity to set your price. You'll see what the print cost is, and then you can move on to that next screen and push that out into the world. Of course, you'll get an opportunity to print an author copy and have it shipped to you. It won't have any weird banner on it that says not for resale. That author copy is the same copy that will be released to the world when you're ready to release. You can approve it digitally, or you can just push that out into the world if you're already comfortable with the process and you understand this and you've seen it before. Now, when it comes to strategies, I want to get into some strategies that you can use. Again, just kind of show you the high level how to get a print book out there, but let's talk about some strategies as well. So I'm a big fan of leveraging online platforms and making your book available in as many formats in print as possible. And so, I mean, yes, potentially you've got the ebook, potentially you've got the audiobook, but also making the book available in multiple formats. So not just a trade paperback, but a hardcover and a large print. And again, that just makes your book accessible to even more readers. And again, the tools are free to use. So another strategy that you may want to consider. So when I set up my books, I usually use Kindle Direct Publishing, KDP Print. I usually will use either D2D Print or Ingram Spark to get those print books distributed out there globally through Ingram's international wholesale system for print-on-demand books. But I often like to order my author copies via either one of those platforms, or I use a local printer and I support a local business. So, for example, several of my books that I've set up online and are available print on demand online through those online platforms, I'll take the same print files and I'll go to my local printer. So here in Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario, where I live, M&T Printing has been around for well over 40 years. They're a local business, and I love supporting local business. And my books can be available there. So not only do I have a relationship with a small business that's in town, but I also don't have to worry about shipping. I'll get a call when my proof copy's ready, and it's about 10 blocks away. I can get down there and check it out right away. So that's another strategy. Speaking of local, one of the strategies you can potentially use is via your local bookstore. Is ordering your author copies through a local bookstore. So some of my books, which are traditionally published, I can order, and I have ordered through a local bookstore where I have an agreement with them where they either give me some sort of discount. Sometimes it's their staff discount. Sometimes it's a bulk sale discount where I can order a bunch of copies that they get in from my publisher, and they give me usually a 20 to 30% discount off of the retail price, so I can have those author copies for resale. And my publisher will sell them to me for 40% discount. And that may be a bit bigger discount, but the shipping costs may remove that. So getting them from that local bookstore, not only, the books, the publisher sells those to the bookstore, and they're a guaranteed sale because I'm buying them immediately. They don't even have to unbox them. It can be a pass-through sale. The bookstore, even if they're giving me a 30% discount, they're still making a 10% margin. So they're earning money. I'm putting money into my local community, and that ends up counting as a sale on those books to the publisher, which fulfills the agreements in terms of the advance that they may have given you as well. So you're supporting your publisher, you're supporting a local small business, and you're getting those author copies that you can get into your hands. Now, another strategy I've leveraged with bookstores is, and I just did this recently, is a bookstore recently brought in a bunch of my books to do a Halloween signing with a bunch of my True Ghost Story books as well. And they had these books in stock. And so 6 different titles, and they brought in a decent number of copies of each. Now, we sold quite a few, but there were still several left. So I signed the copies that were left, and I asked the manager, please call me when you get, because they were about to go through Halloween season, so potentially they'll sell more, and potentially the Christmas season, where that's the sales are the best for bookstores. But when January comes and they're getting ready to do their returns for that next buying season of books, I ask them to call me and let me know if they have any stock left, and I'll come in and purchase them. And they agreed to give me a staff discount on those books. So again, doing a favor to the local bookstore, knowing they're not going to be stuck with extra stock should they not end up selling all of the copies that they brought in for that special event, etc. So that's another strategy you may want to consider with a bookstore. Another option, and this is a strategy that a client and friend of mine, James Fell, has used very successfully, both when he was self-published as well as working with a major publisher like Penguin Random House, is he has a great website that a lot of people go to, and he has universal book links to all the various retailers that the book's available at. But he says if you want a signed copy of your book, you have to order it directly from his favorite local bookstore. He has a partnership with Owl's Nest Books, and on his website, he has a link that takes you to Owl's Nest. They will ship anywhere in the world, and you can request a customized signed copy, like to Mark, what do you want? What do you want written in the book? And what happens is when they get those orders, they say, hey, James, can you come and sign this book for Mark and ship it off? And they do that. And that creates a really great strategy, because not only is he supporting that local small business, they all already have the facilities to ship those books. So that's a really great strategy that you can use. And also, several retailers, like Owl's Nest is part of a major network of independent bookstores that report their sales to places like the Globe and Mail and the Calgary Times and other places as well. So all of those sales that are kind of could have been direct author sales where James may have made more money, James reduces the fact that he has to worry about packaging and shipping and all the manual labor involved in that. So he's willing to take a bite on the margin just to get those books out there, but he's also supporting that local bookstore, which is also very crucial. I mentioned earlier those special, or bespoke editions that authors can make using platforms like Book Vault, for example, to create these really beautiful, special, customized editions like faux leather binding, rainbow foil, colorized chapter headings, ribbon bookmarks, just beautiful interior pages like the end pages as well. And that's something that you can use those for, and also potentially use platforms like Kickstarter to get people to support those books that you want to make available, those special custom editions as well. So that's another way that you can leverage print in a positive way. A few other strategies to consider. So when your book is out, whether it's a book that's with a traditional publisher or whether it's a book that you self-publish, when you're doing events at bookstores and libraries, I'm showing some pictures, some examples. So some various books of mine that were available when I was launching Tomes of Terror, which is a book of ghost stories about libraries and bookstores. I created some t-shirts. And I was doing a lot of events in Hamilton, Ontario at the time at the various libraries. So when I went in to do a talk, you can see myself and my skeleton Barnaby Bones, and I use that as marketing, is I had tomesofterror.com, the website for the book, with links to all the retailers, and an image from the book cover. And then on the back it said, I love to haunt Hamilton Public Library, and then their website, and then what's your favorite bookish haunt? And then similarly at a fantastic independent bookstore in Ottawa, Ontario, Perfect Books, when I was doing an event there for Creepy Capital, Ghost Stories of Ottawa, I did a similar thing where the book cover's on the front and the back it said, I love to haunt Perfect Books. I had their website. And again, asking people, what's your favorite bookish haunt? Now I created a bunch of these t-shirts. I brought them to the library. I brought them to the store and I gave them to the management or the owners or the librarians and said, here's some shirts. Maybe your staff might want them for free. Maybe there's local patrons that you know are interested in these kinds of books as well. Because the t-shirt not only advertised my book, but it also advertised the bookstore. It also advertised the library. And that's just a strategy that you can create with marketing materials that gives your bookstore, gives your library something special that's connected to you and your books, but gives them something that they can give to their patrons, which is important. Other things you can consider is take a look at other partnerships that you might be able to do. Are there themes, are there brandings, are there topics, are there subjects that tie in really, really well with your book? What can you do? Who else can you involve? So when I was launching Creepy Capital at a few different bookstores, chain and independent bookstores in Ottawa over the weekend, I partnered with the local Ghostbusters team. Now, because this was a book of ghost stories, it made sense. So I had Barnaby, my skeleton, with me, and I had various people from the Ghostbusters team who love dressing up in that cosplay coming in. So that gave the bookstore something of an attraction for kids to come and get their pictures taken with a Ghostbuster as well. Even if they didn't buy the book, it was drawing people into the bookstore, which is really good. And that's something that the managers and the staff want when you're doing a book event. They want it to be successful. They want people to show up. So giving them some extra element that's tied in somehow to your book can be a way of bringing them into the store. Other things just to remember, just like I talked about those special edition books as well that aren't necessarily online, is think about local options for selling books and even non-book locations as well. There are various, I'm a big craft beer fan, so there's various books and brews or beer and books events that are held at breweries all over the place. One brewery in Hamilton, Ontario, for several years over the summer had a local craft and farmers market that they held right in the parking lot area of the store, and you could get a booth for $25 for from 11 in the morning until 5 p.m. and set up your tent and sell your wares there. And the other great thing about being at a non-book event or a non-book location is I was the only bookseller there. So we had local farmers, we had local crafts, local artists, the various food vendors that were there. I was the only book vendor that was there. So anyone who was interested in books was immediately drawn to my booth. So that hopefully gives you some ideas on some of the things that you can do with print books and just how important print books still are, yes, even in this digital age. So I hope you found that valuable, and I hope that you found new ways to put the right book into the right reader's hands at the right time. Thank you very much, and a huge thank you for BookFest for putting on this amazing event and allowing me to speak at it.
Hello, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be here with you all today. I wanted to take this opportunity first to extend a massive thank you to the entire team at the BookFest Adventure for having me be a part of their Fall 2025 Fest. As a 3-time award winner in this wild world of speculative fiction, there are a few things I love more than a gathering. There are few things I love more than a gathering of true book lovers, and the BookFest Adventure is without a doubt among those things. It is absolutely one of the best book fests out there. If you don't know me, I'm Daniel Bouts, and I'm known for building stories that get under your skin, that linger. Today, I hope what I share lingers, but I'm not here to read you a story. I'm here to share the blueprints. We're going to talk about the craft of fear. We've bought into the idea that dread, fear, comes from the monster in the closet, the nasty under the bed, the killer behind the curtain, the jump scare. You have been lied to. That's not suspense. It's a shock, an electrical charge for your nervous system. It's cheap and it is fleeting. True dread, the kind that follows you home, isn't the monster. It's the long, quiet sentence describing the dust motes dancing in a sliver of light. It's in the short sentence that follows the sudden stop. For the next half hour or so, we won't talk about monsters. We will talk about another creature altogether, a great beast that we all tremble before as writers, grammar. I'm going to give you the blueprint for engineering fear at the sentence level. Does anything look amiss in this picture? Because your reader's brain is a prediction engine. It craves patterns to make sense of the world. It sees a dry room. It expects everything inside that room to be dry. When nothing but silence is around you, your brain expects the silence to continue. Patterns are the only thing that will quench the thirsty mind. Dread is not the monster. Dread is the glitch. It's the error message in the code of reality. Have you ever come home and known instantly something's wrong? Not because something is there, but because something's off. Your chair is sitting at a slightly different angle. For some reason, the front door is unlocked, though you'd swear you locked it. That feeling right there, that is low-grade cognitive dissonance. Your brain has a locked-in, perfect pattern of your home, and if one detail is out of place, it can't resolve the conflict it experiences. And that inability to resolve that conflict creates anxiety. This is the engine of dread. Our job as architects of dread is not to create monsters, but to create a single, undeniable glitch that our reader's brain cannot resolve. As an example, in my novelette, The Haunting of McMurtry Manor, the paranormal investigator, Brannigan Rafferty, arrives at a supposedly derelict haunted house. The reader's brain, and even Rafferty's, already has a clear pattern for this: decay, rust, dust, ruin. But that's not what he finds. The glitch isn't a ghost, it's the shine. It's the high polish on the marble floors. The house should be in disrepair, but it's immaculate. This pristine interior is profoundly wrong. It breaks the pattern and forces a reader to ask a much more terrifying question than, is there a ghost? Because something is already off. They have to ask, what is inside this house keeping it so clean? The answer is far more dreadful than a simple spirit. The glitch doesn't have to be visual either. It can be behavioral. In Aristotle James and the Waking Wild, young Ari is on a camping trip in Michigan. He's in the wild, so the pattern we expect is for nature to be indifferent. But the animals start acting with a strange and malevolent intelligence. Fish don't intentionally ram a boat. It's a glitch in the pattern of animal behavior. This escalates within the story with the elk, snakes, and a bear, all acting with coordinated unnatural aggression. This causes a cognitive dissonance. The dread that it creates doesn't come from the animals themselves, but from the chilling realization that they are no longer displaying what could be considered normal animal behavior. There has to be some unseen intelligence directing them. And that's the glitch that the reader can't solve. Alfred Hitchcock was the master of suspense, and he explained suspense this way. He used the analogy of a bomb under a table. If the audience doesn't know about the bomb and it goes off, boom, it's a surprise. But if the audience knows the bomb is there, ticking down, and the characters don't, then we have suspense. Why? Because Hitchcock created a gap in information. The audience knows more than the characters, and this knowledge, for us, the viewer, is a terrible burden. We are trapped, and we are in our own imagination, and within there becomes that engine of anxiety, that cognitive dissonance, unresolved, creates anxiety. So as a writer, you have all the information, total information. The character has partial information, and the reader has only the information you choose to give them. And so suspense lives in that gap. In that manner, your prose is a keyhole. The more you withhold, the more the reader will lean in. And Aristotle James and the Phantom Funeral Coach, our intrepid friend Aristotle, investigates the town matriarch, Adelaide Lucas. He, and therefore the reader, have just discovered she's a powerful witch. But when he confronts her with the sheriff along with him, he must act as if he doesn't know. He controls the information. The tension in this scene doesn't come from Adelaide being a witch. It comes from the information gap. We, the readers, know that Adelaide is a witch and that this cat that they're arguing over is her magical familiar. But the sheriff in the room, however, he just sees a dispute over a beloved pet. We know the stakes are life and death in this situation, but the sheriff just thinks this is just another petty squabble. And you see that gap right there where we are screaming internally for the sheriff to understand the real danger creates an almost unbearable suspense. We are looking through the keyhole with more knowledge, seeing more truth, while the character of the sheriff beside us has none of that. And so the dread is in what that sheriff doesn't know. So now we move on from theory to application, from the why to the how. We're going to start with the first and a very powerful tool, and that tool is rhythmic control. And this is more than just varying sentence lengths. An architect of dread must also consider the weight and sound of the words themselves, their sonic texture. Amateurs write sentences, architects compose them. So we're going to start with the first component of this, and that's the break. It's a long, meandering sentence used to build atmosphere and lull the reader into a false sense of security. The prose itself becomes a form of comfort. The best examples of this create a sense of timelessness or peace right before that peace is shattered. So this next excerpt is from a short story I wrote called Burgundy and Wine. The rhythm there is slow, quiet, and melancholic. The sentences are long, forcing the reader to slow their pace. Words like amber, navy, pale, crawled. They have a soft sonic texture. It's prose designed to be read slowly, to make the reader feel the weight of time and the quiet of the scene. You are creating a state of calm. You are putting the reader to sleep. But the architect's job is to shatter that security. So that comes to the next component of the rhythmic control, the accelerator. This is panic. This is action. And for this, the prose must be stripped to the bone. Look at the final confrontation with the bear from The Waking Wild with Aristotle. The sentences are short, declarative, and stripped of all poetry. Row, I rode. The prose mimics the character's singular, panicked focus. It's percussive, a heartbeat. There is no time for beautiful language when a bear is chasing you. The amateur tells the reader the character is panicking. The architect makes the reader's heart beat faster by controlling the rhythm of the words on the page. You are not describing panic, you are creating it. Our next tool in our tool bag is about shattering the reader's sense of stability. The narrative voice is a window into the story. The architect knows how to crack that window. So first, we're going to look at the fractured voice. We're going to use that to speak directly to the reader. And what this does is it makes them a co-conspirator in our story. The narrator breaks the fourth wall, destroying the safe distance the reader feels from the events that are happening on the page. The next example I have is again Brannigan Rafferty in McMurtry Manor. You see the move, right? The narrator stops the story, speaks directly to the audience. He flatters them. My brave readers. He implicates them, and then he even warns them. The reader is no longer a safe observer. They have become an accomplice. This cracks the lens. Another way that we crack the lens is the shattered thought, the fragment. This gives you an unfiltered glimpse into a character's mind, and it also pushes the pace faster. This next excerpt is from my thriller, Burn Out the Day, and this is a prime example of the shattered thought. Coffee, then murder. Three words. It's a to-do list. It's the mundane paired with the horrific. This fragment is even more chilling than a chapter of description because it shows you a cold, professional, psychopathic mind. It tells you everything that you need to know about this character and his priorities. It is efficient, it is brutal, and it is the truth of the character, unadorned by prose. Just like the character, it's brutal. This brings us to our next and another potent tool in our main tool bag. Dread is not born from the monster. I think I've said that a lot, and it's not. It is born from the detail that is profoundly and specifically wrong. So the amateur is going to show you the bloody axe, but the architect is forcing you to focus on something much, much worse. A detail that will lodge in your brain like a splinter. Like in McMurtry Manor again, the investigator discovers a dark secret about the house's foundation. The horror isn't just that the house is built on a graveyard. The horror is in the specific quantifiable number 186. That number makes the desecration real, not a vague concept. It is now a ledger of the dead. It's an architectural detail on a monstrous house that is also an atrocity. But the most powerful details are the ones that are tactile, the ones that the reader can almost feel. The next example I'm going to share is from Aristotle James and the Waking Wild. Our hero Aristotle has killed a bear that attacked his father. moist and greased in the vitreous of the bear's eye. I want you to read that again. The dead bear isn't the horror, although they are scary. It's not even an axe jutting from the eye socket. The true unforgettable moment of horror is in that final clause. You've just been forced into a specific tactile sensation. You can almost feel it, the slippery, disgusting vitreous. It's specific. It's a detail your brain can't easily dismiss. The horror is no longer on the page. It is in your hand. And you cannot unfeel that. That is the unsettling detail. So now for another important tool. This one is a little more global. This is one of the most effective ways to create deep psychological dread, which is taking the expectations that are there and subverting them. It's the art of taking a familiar situation or a comfortable trope or a safe space and twisting it and perverting it until it feels wrong and it feels dangerous. The most common way to do this is to take a place that should be safe and revealing it as the source of a threat. Like we saw in McMurtry Manor, the expectation is a haunted house will be decrepit, just in ruin. The subversion we used there was that it's immaculate. So the cleanliness of that manor, abandoned, is what makes it so creepy. Another way to subvert is subverting the character trope. In my novel, Life is in the Blood, we are introduced to Silas, a charismatic preacher. The archetype of a charismatic rural preacher is a familiar one. We expect passion, probably some hypocrisy, but Silas here subverts that trope entirely. The character in the book isn't just a flawed man of God, he is a literal monster, a vampire using the language of salvation to create a vampiric cult. He takes the most sacred elements of faith, communion, healing, and eternal life and twist them into a horrifying parody. The dread comes from seeing the holy become the profane. The final subversion is subverting the genre itself. A reader picks up a paranormal thriller and they have a set of expectation. And as an architect of dread, you should know what those expectations are. In Burnout the Day, a young woman is investigating a famously haunted farmhouse in this next example. The reader expects a ghost story. The victim expects a ghost. But the threat isn't paranormal. It's a human killer, a corporate cleaner named Pat. The supernatural here is what we call a red herring. By subverting the genre's central premise, you create a different kind of dread. The horror isn't that ghosts are real. The horror is that while you were looking for a ghost, a very real man with a knife snuck up behind you and stuck a knife in your jugular. The supernatural danger was a distraction from the human evil, which is almost always far worse than anything supernatural. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do a build. We're going to put this theory into practice. So you've seen the tools that I've used in my work. Now let's build this moment of dread from nothing. Here is our base sentence. It's the most boring sentence in the world. A man sat on a bench. Great. Let's add some information control to this and get inside the head and start creating that mystery. He sat on the park bench trying not to look at the swings. Better. We're starting to get a story here. So now let's grab one of those unsettling details. Let's add a glitch to that sensory pattern. He sat on the park bench trying not to look at the swings. The air smelled of rain and cut grass and copper, like an old penny. So there's our glitch, or there's our glitch. The smell. We know that's wrong. Now let's do the final touch. We're going to compose it using rhythmic control. The stiff park bench chilled him. He tried not to look at the swings, but a slight breeze put them in motion, a slow, sad rhythm. The scent of rain and fresh cut grass filled the air, clean. But something else, underneath it, lingered, an odor, like an old penny. He looked at his hands, clean. His eyes went back to the swings, still, not moving at all. Maybe never were. Below the swings, a 9C shoe in the wood chips. Just one. That is architecture. What we did in the last 90 seconds is the foundation of everything I build. The tools we discussed tonight, controlling rhythm, fracturing the narrative, voice, finding the perfect unsettling detail, and subverting expectations are the load-bearing walls of every story I write, from gothic horror to modern thrillers to young adult adventures. I've compiled all of these tools and more into a detailed PDF blueprint. And on the last slide of this presentation, you can scan the QR code there and you can download the PDF for free. Inside, you'll get the instructions. So you can download a free copy of The Haunting of McMurtry Manor so you can see the architecture in a finished structure. I'd like to say I don't write for everybody, but I do build stories for a tribe of intelligent, genre-free readers who just appreciate a good story. So if you value the craft, you can scan the code at the end and get your own blueprint for future reference. One last thing. I promised you a new awareness. So be still for a moment. Listen. The room is quiet and the screen is dark. There's nothing to see, nothing but the faint hum of electricity, the soft sigh of the air vents, the distant, muffled sound of a world that feels 1,000,000 miles away. And beneath it all, if you are very still, you can hear it. The slow, steady, wet rhythm of your own breathing, of your own heart, pumping blood through the dark. I want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank the BookFest Adventure for having me on here today. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation of the architecture of dread. All the best.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Elements of a Strong Author brand on social media. just a little bit about me. My name is Denise Melinex. I am the owner of Geek Girl Publishing LLC. I help authors like you guys to build their websites, publish their books, and market them. I've been in author business around since the early 2000s. I've had over a decade of experience in marketing and WordPress website development. And I'm also a award-winning author, 14 years going. I know, long time. But I'm glad to have you all here with me as we go through this journey. Social media can be a little bit daunting. So it's always, trying to find the right way to get on there and advertise yourself, right? So we're going to take you a little bit through. This is kind of our agenda here. So we're going to go through some of these. And of course, as you have questions, feel free to get in that chat. I will be there answering them. So let's get started. So the first important thing is your voice, right? How you sound to everyone. You don't want to sound like everyone, right? You want to sound like yourself. And that's the most important thing about this, right? And it should reflect the tone of your books too, right? So if you are, example, a cozy mystery author, you might want to use a warm and friendly voice. And then if you're a thriller author, right, you want to often adopt a mysterious edge and suspenseful tone to your to your videos, to your posts, right? So it gives you an idea of what you should be using. Or if you're a romance author, right, maybe you're talking about a meet cute for your two characters, things like that. That's going to be your voice, right? You're going to put that together. Let your personality shine in these posts. You want to make sure that it reflects you, right? Not everyone else. And it's good to see what other authors are doing in your genre, and you can kind of mimic that, but mimic it to a point where it still sounds like you. And then make it memorable and relatable, right? Everybody can attest to, with romance books, right, how they met their spouse or their significant other. Or maybe there's, for cozy mystery authors out there, maybe there's something that is puzzling, something that's going on in a small town or something. So you can, really use that to your advantage and create content that way. And then consistency always is a good thing, right? We want to make sure that across the board that you sound the same, right? You don't kind of dip into something else. So consistency is really key to recognizing, so people, your readers will recognize you out there. And then maintain that across all of your social media, right? Don't change it up for, Twitter versus LinkedIn or Facebook versus Instagram. Make it sound the same across the board. And while you adapt your tone to slightly fit, platform norms, LinkedIn obviously is going to be a little more professional, so you may want to change it up slightly a bit versus, say, Instagram or Facebook, which is a little more free going. You want to avoid drifting away from your core brand voice, right? So we still want to have a little bit of mystery in there for your cozy mystery authors, a little bit of romance sprinkled in there for the romance authors, and so forth. So keep that clear. And be authentic, right? So that's one of the things that I will say across the board with this is always be authentic to yourself and to the people that you're trying to get the attention of. Your values and your interests. Now, I know this is sometimes a little bit hard to deal with, right? What can you share, what you don't share? So some of the things you can share, right, for your values and interests is highlight causes that you care about, hobbies that you love. Maybe you are a big reader outside of being an author, or maybe you like, doing specific, hobbies like art, or maybe, you're a big foodie, so you like taking pictures of your food, things like that, right? You want to share things like that you feel comfortable with. Maybe you are a big, environmentalist, and you want to help make our world better. So things like that you want to share, right? You want to kind of dip out of being a little too political, because sometimes that can backfire. I've seen that happen online a couple of times. So just be aware of that. Highlight things that you care about, and, within reason, right? And then you can share things also like interests like coffee culture, if you're a big coffee person, or if you're, like I said, you're a big foodie. Those are things that you want to share. Or if you're a historical romance author or historical writer in general, maybe you're doing research and you want to share what you found in your research. And that helps you connect on a personal level to a lot of different people, right? So, and those are the people that you want to attract, right? People that share the same values and interests and may be interested in your work. And then demonstrate your values and interests. That adds depth to your author persona, making you sound more authentic and more engaging. So these are little things that you can do to get potential readers, but also get potential people to learn about you and like you, and maybe down the line they will buy your book. Your writing process. Writing can be such a lonely endeavor, right? It doesn't have to be. I think that social media is a great way to connect with not only potential readers, but also potential writers out there that might also be interested in your work. So, showcase how you gather your information. Maybe you did an interview with someone, and you want to share that. Um, any online resources that you've used, anything like that will add authenticity to your story, to your voice as an author. Any photos that you have of your writing environment, give people a glimpse of how you do your day to day, right? How do you put that book together? Maybe something out there in nature inspired your book. Definitely use that to your advantage, because a lot of people like to see that. Maybe it's a quote, maybe it's nature, maybe it's something else. So definitely pick your brain, and this is kind of taking it back and sitting down and talking to yourself and going, well, how do I want to share myself out there, right, into the world? So definitely gives you kind of a moment to pause and check as to how you want to present yourself. So that's always going to help in this. And then you can also explain your approach to editing, your feedback, highlighting your commitment to quality as an author. That's something that we all struggle with, right? We want to make sure people know how hard it is to write a book. So definitely get that out there. It doesn't have to be something extravagant. Maybe it's a picture of your desk and you talking about a little story, right? You can also do key moments like manuscript submission, your cover design process, what inspired you to pick that cover, and your book launch, right? You're planning it. You want to involve people in your professional milestones, because that is a professional milestone if you think about it, right? You're putting your work out there for the world to see, and you want to share it. So definitely think of these things. Think of sharing key moments in your writing process to share with your potential readers. Your expertise. Now, this is something, we all sometimes have day jobs, right? I am one that also has a day job. So you might have expertise in other areas. If you have genre knowledge of other types of books, or maybe it's related to your own genre that you currently write, you can share that, historical details, historical fiction, building, world building elements, take all of that and use it. Educate your readers too, right? This is also a moment of, showcasing who you are as an author. If you learn something interesting, you can share that. That can kind of be your kind of behind the scenes post. It can ignite people learning more about you and asking questions. So definitely, think of that as well. Um, you know, and then consistently sharing, right, expert knowledge of your positions and credible voice in your field. That also encourages people to see you as a trusted source. So, for example, again, if you're a historical writer, whether it be fiction or romance, you can use that to your advantage. I know a lot of historical romance authors do that. Well, they'll talk about the area that inspired maybe the book, this certain scene, and they do a little post on it. And again, it doesn't have to be anything extravagant. It can be just a simple post, maybe a little video that you took, maybe on a journey that you had. And again, you're sharing that with your followers. So it gives you a good idea of some of the content you can use. So platform specific branding, right? Because all these platforms are slightly a little different from each other. So they all support unique content styles. So you want to customize a little bit to each of them. So one of them, obviously, Instagram, they really do thrive on the visual storytelling. So sharing photos, You can do video now. Maybe it's a carousel of images. You can certainly do that with Instagram. And I definitely highly recommend that. Pinterest is another one that's very visual, and I believe they just started doing video as well. So it may be something for you to think about down the line. Now, Facebook also is really big on community and conversation. So you can do longer posts on Facebook and create interactive discussions. This may be a place for you to sit and say, well, some of those inspirational posts or maybe behind the scenes posts, that might be a good thing for Facebook to share. Well, Twitter tends to be a little bit shorter, right? Because they have a short character count, or X as we now know it to be. It's really more for real-time updates, and so you can really do maybe small questions and stuff like that, and make it, personality-driven engagement, or just engagement in general, right? To ask a question to fellow writers or fellow readers. What are they reading? Maybe talk about quickly a book that you loved that you just read. So things like that can go on Twitter as well. LinkedIn tends to be more of a professional authority, right? So you can still share things. LinkedIn has really changed from what it really started out to be. Whereas it used to be more professional, we're finding that LinkedIn is also including authors and regular professionals talking about things that they've done, hobbies that they have. So definitely it's a good place to really get in there. And they also have LinkedIn groups that you can share, just like Facebook has groups for authors. Definitely there are some author groups out there on LinkedIn. So I definitely encourage you as an author to definitely get in there and check it out, do some research. And then you want to adapt your message, obviously, right, to some of the content format that they have. Like I said, Facebook tends to be a little longer. Instagram is a little more, visual driven. So maybe, photos, carousels, that sort of thing. You can do the same thing on Facebook. LinkedIn, they started doing video. So just be aware of that. You can do some video on there, but I encourage, like, usually a post is really good, and you can really share your knowledge there. But just keep that in mind. Every platform is slightly a little different than others. So just maintain that, adapt your message a bit to each of those. So a little bit about Facebook, right? Facebook in general, you can comment and use their groups to, spark meaningful conversations around your books or related themes to your book. And it encourage really reader interaction. So definitely look into that as well. There are a lot of Facebook groups out there for authors that do have that community already. And you can join a community, follow their rules, definitely look at the rules before you join and start sharing stuff. You never know where a reader might come from. You can share your posts, your stories, behind the scenes, insights. These are all different things that you can share across the board. And then you can create your own reader group or maybe join one. And that's going to be a place for you to, again, share your thoughts and support each other. Because like I said, writing can be a lonely space, but it doesn't have to be if you find the right group and the right people. So definitely keep that in mind as we talk about these things. X or Twitter. So again, Twitter is kind of like the small social media that allows you to do quick updates. You can share spontaneous ideas, any writing updates, reactions to current events, that sort of thing. But again, keep it within reason, because again, political stuff tends to be a hot button for a lot of people. So short, timely posts keep the audience engaged. You can also participate in a lot of hashtags. So if you can follow hashtags on Twitter, like Writing Community, I'm Writing, or Author Life, and share, engage. Share your own as well and use those hashtags. And you can do some research on social on these platforms as well to show you the different types of hashtags that are credible that you can use and engage in those conversations. Again, this is something I highly encourage of every author out there. Definitely engage. The reason I say that is if you're not engaging and just posting, then great, you put your post out. But if you're engaging with someone else, whether it be an author friend, maybe somebody new that you came across your feed, make friends. Learn from each other. This is a place that you want to do these things, especially on social media. You never know what may come from this. So definitely think about that as you go through this. So, it gives you an idea of, it could be humorous, it can be opinionated, but just be careful out there. Social can be a great place, but also has some not so great places. So just keep this in mind as you go through. LinkedIn is more professional, right? So there you can post articles and updates about, trends, maybe research and developments in your writing. And then it's always going to be original content. You can also reshare things on LinkedIn. I encourage you, if you're going to reshare content that you like on LinkedIn, put a little opinion on there. It doesn't have to be really long. It could be, a sentence or two, just getting your point across. And it's a great way to show engagement on LinkedIn. That's how LinkedIn sees engagement, right? Resharing is great, but adding your piece or your opinion to it makes it even better. So definitely do that as you share on LinkedIn, but also don't be afraid to share your own journey on LinkedIn. You've seen this recently with everything going on with the job market. People are sharing a little bit about their lives and their struggles. So definitely think about that. You can also, LinkedIn is a great place to engage with authors and editors. So is Twitter, by the way, because they are on there. And publishing professionals, you can expand your connections and visibility within the literary and publishing communities. So definitely think of that as well. So, common author branding mistakes that I've seen across the board that you can make. Trying to be everything to everyone, right? You can't appeal to everyone, right? So, appeal to those who are within your genre. Those who like maybe cozy mystery, those who like romance, whatever you're writing, could be fiction, could be nonfiction. Just don't try to be everything to everyone. Be yourself, right? Otherwise, it's kind of a lost cause. You don't want to try to do everything for everyone. It's too daunting. You have to be yourself on social. Otherwise, people can see through it. It's just not great. So try to, be consistent with your brand tone across the board. And then focus on your ideal readers. That's super important, right? Because you want to attract people who will like your writing, who are interested in what you have to say. So definitely use that. Inconsistent posting. So irregular or sporadic posting confuses followers. So definitely create a little, a schedule for yourself, right? You don't have to post every day. Maybe it's every other day. Maybe it's 3 times a week. But stay within that consistency to keep the trust going with your followers, right? People are expecting, if you're posting every other day, they want to hear from you. And again, it doesn't have to be super big post. It could be something, hey, this inspired me today. I thought of this and it made me think, of a scene that I'm writing, or maybe this, beautiful nature scene inspired me to write this beautiful poem, whatever it may be, right? Definitely keep yourself consistent with posting. And then copying other authors out there, imitating other authors, it can come across as inauthentic, right? So your brand should reflect your unique voice, personality, and genre. So definitely, again, think of that. You can use an author's idea. Maybe they had a great idea. Maybe they did like a character interview that you really liked. Do something similar, but make it yours, right? If you're a little more humorous than that particular author, then great, use your humor in there with the interview. So definitely think about that as you're posting. So, branding strategy, right? This is where, I want you to sit down and I want you to get out a piece of paper and start identifying things that make you want to post, right? Make you want to talk to your readers. So, I want you to sit and think about 3 words that capture your personality as an author, themes that you want to explore in your writing, emotions that you want to convey to your readers. Again, if it's romance, maybe you want to talk about meet cutes. Maybe you want to talk about conflicts. Maybe with the cozy mystery, you want to talk about the whodunits, or maybe the essence of what makes a great mystery, you know, to people that want to keep reading it. Core writing themes, emotional brand statements, things that make you want, you think of yourself as, yes, you're the author, but you're also a reader. A lot of us authors love to read. So if you're in a specific genre because, hey, you want to write that, then use that to your advantage when you're writing the 3 words that capture your personality, right? Um, Review your social media posts to assess whether they are relevant to your brand, right? This means having, a sit down, looking through them, make a list of areas for improvement. You want to make sure, again, that your 3 words that you chose up top, they match what you're posting. If not, then maybe it's time to make a list of improvements, right? Determine 3 to 4 key content types that you'll regularly share to support your brand, maybe updates, writing process, book recommendations, etc. Right? And this is where you can create scheduled content. So if you build it out, then you know what you're going to do, and it makes it easier for you to create that content. And then establish how you want to communicate to your audience. Is it a specific tone? Are you using humor? If it's a humorous type of book, or maybe it's romantic, sincere. So think of that as you are creating ideas for your content. And then, of course, something that I highly recommend is creating a simple content calendar that has your schedule in it, right? If you're posting 3 times a week, maybe Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, then make sure you have ideas for that calendar, right? And be consistent with it. Maybe you plan out a month, maybe you plan out 2 weeks, but sit there and plan. When you plan, things tend to work a little bit better for you in terms of how you're going to create your content if you have an idea of what you're going to create. So think about that. And you can look online for simple content calendars out there, but you can easily make one in Excel, or, you can write it on paper and decide how you're going to plan that out going forward. So definitely think about that. So the long game of author branding is, it requires patience and persistence, right? It's not about quick wins. It's about building relationships with readers who want to follow your work across your writing career. So don't be discouraged in the beginning if you find that you're not attracting anyone. Maybe you need to reevaluate maybe the content that you're putting out. But don't make it about number of followers. Think of it as engaging with others. The best way that I find that I tell authors about this is engage with other posts. People tend to like and follow others who are heavily engaged in the community. So definitely get out there and engage. Post your content, but also engage with other content. That's always going to make things a little bit better. And then be authentic with every post that you share. Every meaningful interaction you have, any engagement that you have, definitely be authentic, right? They Readers tend to feel really connected to you, both as a writer and a person, and they become loyal supporters for your future projects. I'm sure you guys have seen that with maybe major authors that you follow. They have a really good interaction with their readers. So definitely do the same for yourself. Don't sell yourself short. Get out there, engage on other posts, engage on posts where you get comments on. Definitely get out there and do that. So social media as a whole, right? It offers a unique platform to tell your story and consistently and authentically. It's crowded, but you can stand out by working on things that work for you, right? What works for some major time big author may not work for you. Maybe you have to do something a little slightly different. So this is where you kind of sit down and think of it, but also give yourself patience, because it takes time to grow and it takes time to get out there. And obviously, you can hire people to do that as well. Just be careful nowadays. There's a lot of scams and stuff going around. So, be aware of that. So I highly recommend that as well. But be yourself, right? Thank you so much to everyone for your time today. I hope you enjoyed this. Feel free to ask any questions. Feel free to reach out to me at geekgirlpublishing.net. And I'm so happy to be here. Have a good one.
Hi, I'm Juliet Clark. I'm the CEO of Superbrand Publishing. And today we're going to talk about the 7 pillars of author platform building. You guys, this is the part that no one does, and it's really key to selling your book. So we're going to talk about what are those essential elements of increasing your reach, authority, and book sales as an author in the digital age. And it's really important. The important part of that sentence is the digital age, because you have to have a digital presence to sell books. Now, with these, first of all, let's start with what is an author platform. It's a combination of tools, connections, and strategies that are going to help reach your readers and sell more books. So it's really the confluence of all of these items on your platform engaged together, which is one reason we talk about at Superbrand how you should be starting this part of your journey before you even start your book. It's getting yourself direct access to potential readers. If you're a nonfiction author, it's really establishing your credibility and genre in your field. It's being able to market leverage, have marketing leverage with publishers. So a lot of people don't know this, but it's very difficult to get a traditional contract these days because, of course, publishing is a business and they want to make sure that you have the support behind what you're teaching and promoting in this book to be able to make them money as well as increase your visibility. And it's really taking independence and control over your career. A lot of us are out there, and when we write a book, it's really about our authority and having control over our intellectual property. So bringing all these pieces that I'm going to talk about today is very important, because you're going to be leveraging every single piece. And believe it or not, there is a very large learning curve to implementing some of these items. So let's jump into it. First of all, the first pillar is build an email list. And a lot of people will tell you email marketing is dead, but I'm going to tell you the number one reason why you need this list. And it's because you don't own social media. You could have a huge following over on Facebook or LinkedIn or, wherever your growth platform is. But at the end of the day, and I've seen it happen a couple times now, you are one algorithm away from losing your entire audience. So this becomes an asset that not only you own, but you can build. You're going to send out a lot of promotional items, storytelling. You're going to do a lot of things with these people that you would do inside your social media. This also allows you, if you are a business owner, this is a company asset. So there are a lot of different things you can do with it. So you need your own list. Like I said, unlike social media followers, this belongs to you. It's also direct communication without any algorithm interference. And if you have a controversial topic, this is especially true, because you've probably seen in the last couple of years that those controversial topics they don't get as much visibility as they should. And that is algorithm interference. And you also have higher conversion rates. You're speaking directly to your sellers or to your buyers and readers, as opposed to being out on social media and kind of getting lost in the shuffle. It also allows you to build some long-term relationships. And if you're someone who has more than one book, this is very important. I know for me, I have authors that I follow all the time. I pre-buy their books. Anything they send out, I'm interested in. So your email list is the first thing you should think about.
And when I say email list, I just want to tell you guys, this is not going out and using your Gmail account. It's having a mail server where you're actually able to communicate and tag and do all sorts of different things with your list that you want to do. So, pillar 2 is creating an author website or a blog. Now, a website is very important because people are going to want to know who you are. They want to know about that book information and purchase links. This is also where you're going to put what we call an opt-in or your email sign-up form. So it may be a funnel that is for a newsletter or a blog, or maybe it's for your YouTube channel. Whatever content you are serving to your audience, and you must have content because content is your trust builder. This is also where people can get contact information. And one of the most important things is your media kit. If you have press inquiries, people are going to want to see a video trailer of you, maybe a speaker trailer. They're going to want to know where else you've been. Maybe it's a list of the podcast you've been on, so people can hear, podcasters and media people can hear how you present on TV and radio. So all of those things are very important, and even more important, keeping it up to date, because this is where you're going to do your storytellers. This is where you're going to get people excited about your characters. If you're a fiction author, if you're a nonfiction author, this is where you're going to have your coaching, where you can maybe transition those people from that $20 or $30 book into a higher ticket program, product, or service. Your third pillar is creating that social media presence. So the first thing about this is, where is your audience at? I hear all the time people talking about, oh, I'm over on Facebook, but maybe you have a business book and you really should be over on LinkedIn. So your first assignment here is to figure out where that actual audience is at that you're connecting with. You want to be on that platform. Now, I'm not saying Facebook's not a great platform, but if you're a business owner, the money is over on LinkedIn. That's been proven. So make sure that you have a place to build a community if you want to. Facebook is a great place to do that. You must have visual. So whether it's an Instagram account, a YouTube account, no matter what it is, you need to have that visual presence. Now, what's cool about what's coming through the visual world is with AI now, this gives some of those more, those fiction novels, this gives you a place to actually create characters, maybe create shorts, which you can share over on YouTube as well. It's so much more valuable, instead of just painting a picture in the reader's mind, of them actually having a visual of what your character looks like. Twitter can be a great place, as well as LinkedIn, to connect with industry professionals. You can participate in writing communities and share updates. And it's popular for both literary fiction and nonfiction. So it's very important to start this early as well. You can share your cover, you can share ideas for the book and see what resonates with that audience and what doesn't. And then supplement that with your direct communication from pillar 1, your email. So this may be where you drop that opt-in and get people transitioned from social media over into your email list. Your social media strategy. Choose 1 or 2 platforms. I know so many of you really want to, go big. You want to be everywhere. But the truth is, 1 or 2 platforms where your target readers allows you to really spend quality time there and interact with those readers instead of spreading yourself way too thin. Create consistent content, whether this is your blog. Again, I'm going to mention YouTube, Instagram, Shorts, things that are visually oriented, that it's valuable content that you can serve your community with. If you're a nonfiction author, share your expertise. All of you are writing books, so you know about the concept of show, not tell. So you're actually showing people that you are an expert without saying, hire me, I'm over here, I'm an expert. I'm going to give you guys a great example of this. Almost everybody has interactions with a real estate agent, and you can see the ones who share great information, and then those who say, I've been in business for 50 years. I'm the top agent in the community. They're sort of bragging instead of really showing people that they know their business. Being able to engage authentically. Don't be what I call the invisible author. And what I mean by that is those people that are, I want to be famous, but I don't want anybody to see me. If you get in, jump in with comments, participate in conversations, and build genuine connections with your readers and other authors. So that engagement allows people to get to know you. If you are a nonfiction author who's telling a story at the beginning of your book, be vulnerable, and be vulnerable online as well. And here's the part everybody forgets: analyze and adjust. Look at the analytics on what you're posting and seeing what is really resonating and what is not. And that goes without saying. Do more of what people are interacting with and do less of what people aren't. You have to remember, when you're marketing is a guess until it isn't. So you really have to pay attention to those analytics and see what is resonating and what isn't. Pillar 4, establishing your authority and expertise. Authority matters when you are a nonfiction author, and demonstrating why you're the right person at the right time to write this book builds credibilities with readers and industry professionals. So your authority can come from your professional background. Maybe you have academic credentials. Also specialized knowledge. So if you're a guy who teaches woodworking, you don't necessarily need a professional background or academic credentials. You just need to have a really strong background in that specialized knowledge. Sharing your unique personal experiences. So maybe you're a leadership coach and you've been leading with a very large company. Maybe you're the CEO of a company that has thousands of people that you've been leading. You've made this business profitable for shareholders. And so you want to share these unique experiences here that brought you here into writing this book. And then also share the previous publications you've been in. And that, I would even extend that to conferences you've spoken at, places you've been. One of our authors not only has articles written, but she regularly speaks at medical conferences around the world. And so share that as a professional background, because every little bit that you can share enhances that credibility and why you're the right person for this. And don't be afraid to toot your own horn. So many people don't want to do that. It feels out of the box for them, but you really do need to get yourself out there and get yourself well known. Okay. Leveraging content creation is pillar 5. So that content creation is your trust builder. When people see that you have content that will get them instant gratification, if you are a nonfiction author, if you can give them tips that they can expand on and see that they have results right away, your content has done its job. If you're if you're a fiction author, this might be where you blog about characters, you blog about other stories, you blog about stories within your stories. So any way that you can share content really allows people to get to know you, your style, and what you're all about. So looking at the way that you want to create this really goes along with your personality. You want something that you will do consistently. So if you're a blogger, once a week with your blog. If you have a blog on your website, anything over 6,000 words indexes you automatically over on the search engines. And it also improves your website SEO. It showcases your writing style. It also provides shareable content. So this is a way that you can cut down little quotes. If you have guests on, you can highlight them. And it builds an audience slowly over time as people pick you up and see, oh my gosh, I love this person. I love the way they write. I love the content. And now I'm a follower. Podcasting. This is my preference. Reaches with audio, and it's your first audience. My particular content or my podcast also has video content as well and a blog. So we combine all 3 modalities there. It also creates an intimate connection. People are hearing your voice with its video. They're seeing you in action, and it really showcases your personality. Believe it or not, your readers want to know you as well as read your book. That is something we all know. Look at the popularity of some of the keynotes we're seeing at events these days. It's also a networking opportunity. So my particular podcast I use as a way to get to know other authors and industry leaders. So I have them as guests. So that is always a possibility as well. Video content actually right now has the highest rate of engagement. And it does show your authentic personality. It works well on all social platforms. And here's the key to video. You can repurpose it. So now you've done that long form video content. Let's say it's from a podcast. You can break that into shorter formats. So shorts are very popular right now. If you don't know what a short is, it's a video clip that's 1 to 2 minutes. Those are great for social media because a lot of platforms will not allow you to put on a full half hour or hour interview, but you can certainly pique the interest into going with that long form with those little hits that people go, I want to see more of that. I'm going to go look at the long form content now. It's also a great way you can make graphics from it. There are all sorts of things you can do to leverage content creation here. And the key to content creation is regularly publishing. I talk to people all the time who'll tell me, and I just did, they'll tell me I'm a regular blogger, and then I'll go over to their website and I'll see they haven't blogged for 9 months. You do have to keep it up. It's consistent. You want people to really, really want to be excited. Like, I know this is coming out every Monday. I want to open it up and read. The same with podcasting. Podcasting is amazing because it's binge worthy, as my friend Tracy Hazard says. If I find a podcast I like, I will listen to an episode, and it's just like an author with books. If I find a book I like, I'm going to go back and read that author's backlist. Same with podcasting. I'm going to go back and listen to previous episodes and then subscribe so I can get future episodes as well. So, content strategy. So first of all, plan the themes of your content. This is one thing that you can't just fly by the seat of your pants. We always have a content schedule where it says, create a schedule. We have a content calendar. So we have 2 to 3 months already planned out what we're going to do. So when you have those content themes, get your calendar out at the same time. Maybe 1 month it's a particular theme and you have 4 or 5 podcasts, blogs, whatever it is that you're going to put out. You have a schedule for it. That will keep you on track to consistency. Also, look at the books that your audience is reading. Look at your expertise and your audience interest. Play it up a little bit, mix it up. Sometimes I have a guest, sometimes I don't. Sometimes we have a monthly theme, sometimes we don't. It all depends on what's going on. I'm going to give you a great example. If you were to go over to our podcast in the month of December, you're going to probably see a lot of planning content for 2026, having a content creation calendar, looking at what are the things I'm going to develop this year. Am I going to develop a podcast? If so, what do I need to do that? So having that consistency in here really helps your audience be able to follow you, and then repurpose the heck out of that content. We actually, when we release a podcast, we have the podcast, the blog, and the video on our website, but we come back after 3 months and we refresh all of that. We let our client or our actual guests do a little bit of the heavy lifting, excuse me, and then we come in later and we follow up and we promote some more. So there's always some promotion going on. That can be figured out in your schedule, but have that schedule so you know when to record or when to write, give it time to edit, and then have a release date well in advance. We are always 2 to 3 months ahead because life happens. We all know life happens. So get it out a little bit ahead so that you don't get behind if something does happen. Pillar 6, networking and industry connections. These are so important. Building relationships with other authors, influencers, and professionals. These are people who can actually help with your book launch. Remember, your book launch is going to be a combination of social media, possibly sending out swipes, email campaign, and having a launch campaign there. So you're going to want to have guest blog posts. You're going to want to set that up for your launch. If you have your own podcast or blog, you might want to do a what we call a pod swap or a blog swap, where you start getting together with those industry professionals and influencers. Maybe you have them on your show, they come on, you go on their show. Also, book endorsements and blurbs. Being able to take those review comments in ARCs and sharing them with your audience about the book. Do joint promotions and events. And here's the thing that I really want to stress. Everybody waits to get this together until they're about to launch their book. If you're a nonfiction author, start early. You can be out there talking about your expertise and just dropping that you have a book coming soon. You don't have to wait to promote. If you're going to do that, maybe you have a landing page that says, get on the list for our book release, and you're transitioning people from other people's podcasts or blog posts into your list, getting them ready for that launch. And then have those mentorship opportunities. You can create them where someone mentors you on how to do this book launch or how to put this all together, and you mentor other people. One thing I have to tell you about the publishing industry is everybody expects that they're going to make a living on their own books, with royalties being at, $1, $2, $3, $4 per book sale. It's what you do with that book afterwards. And that's where this networking and industry connections comes in a really big way, is you're able to leverage that into a coaching program with a higher ticket and allow those people to promote that as well. And then networking opportunities for authors. Go to writing conferences. So that's where you're going to meet those agents, editors, fellow authors. Learn all about this industry. So many people jump into this experience without really understanding the industry. And I liken it to, you could ask me to build a bridge. I'm not an engineer. I could probably build one, but I wouldn't recommend you drive over it. So just like you're building expertise you've built it in the field that you're in, build it in the publishing industry as well. Know what the process is and what your expectations are so you can set them correctly. Join online communities. This might be where you're able to promote your book and meet new partners. So join those Facebook groups, get on the Discord servers. There are a lot of writing forums over on LinkedIn and other places. Also, local events, participate in readings, book clubs, literary festivals in your area. FanX is coming up in my area soon, and I always love the books that are there and the book booths that are there. Stop by and talk to those authors, go to those events and see what they're up to and what's next for them. And then professional organizations, join genre specific. If you're a fiction author, go join those fictions. If you're a nonfiction author, go join those associations and offer resources, and go to those networking events and let people get to know you on that basis. And then pillar 7, develop your own personal brand. Remember that this is not someplace where we're going to go and we're just going to do this 24/7. You have to have a personal brand. So know what your core values are. What is the visual identity? Hire a branding expert if you need it, because that's someone who can shape that message. And I think we should all do that at first. Hire someone to create your first funnel, because you want your messaging to be very solid so people know who you are and what you're offering. This is one thing I learned in advertising when I was there. Perception is reality. Your brand is not what you think it is. It's what that audience thinks it is. So check in with them. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to get feedback on your personal brand. Know what your voice and tone is going to be. And most of all, get that messaging down pat. Anytime you have mixed messages, you have lost your audience. So make sure that that is on tapped from the get-go. And then personal branding elements. Make sure that you have professional author photos, that you have a consistent color palette, and that color palette actually matches the mood that you want. I'm going to give you a great example of something that didn't. I used to have someone that would come to me, the Red Hot Healer. She didn't understand why things weren't going her way. Well, when we did a little bit focus grouping, she had a lot of red. Red is not It might be connected with physical healing, but not energetic healing. You need more soothing colors for that. So make sure, and this is why you might want to hire a branding expert. Make sure that it's consistent across all platforms. Have a recognizable logo, recognizable font, and then make sure that your social media presence, your templates are cohesive across social media platforms. So if you're going to be on LinkedIn and you're going to be on Instagram, you may not have the same content, but make sure that everything looks the same and is well branded. The same with voice and messaging. You need a distinctive writing style that people recognize, consistent tone across platforms, and then have a clear author promise to your readers. What is the problem that you solve consistently if you're a nonfiction author? If you're a fiction author, what is that promise to your readers? Is it action? Is it something else? So make sure that you do all of this with authentic storytelling. Again, we have that show versus tell concept. Don't just tell people how good your book is. Show them the testimonials that other people have said about your book, because then you're showing that influencers are saying your book is great. Influencers are recommending this. It's not just all about you. It's about your reader perception. And don't ever forget that on there. So the really important part of this is making sure when you go to launch that you have integrated all of this. Building an email list, having a funnel. This has a very big learning curve, and it's going to be a little bit trial and error. Your website and your blog and your content, again, another learning curve. So make sure you give yourself enough time that you can integrate this on your launch. Social media engagement, authority, content creation. Content creation has a big learning curve as well as fitting it into your schedule. And then having that personal brand and networking. Each pillar supports and enhances the other. So all of this is comprehensive and comes together for your visibility and your book sales. So make sure that you have everything you need to get this all into place and ready for your book launch. So your book launch is just not something that, okay, my book is done, it's at the publisher, I have 2 to 3 months to get this together. All of this should be done 12 to 18, or at least started 12 to 18 months in advance of your book launch, so that it's all together integrated and it can be launched in a very cohesive way. So next steps for you. Assess your current platform. That's the very first thing you need to do. What elements do you have in place already? Identify the gaps and start to address them. And really, really be honest about this. Look at other people in your genre's platforms as well, and look and see, do they have 100,000 followers and you have 5? Then you have a lot of work to do. But don't delude yourself into thinking that this is all going to be easy. It wasn't easy for that person you're competing with, and it won't be easy for you. Set your priorities. Focus on establishing that website and email first as your foundation, and then create a timeline to getting this all scheduled. I just mentioned about in December, we make a big push for what is your 2026 platform going to look like. So be realistic about how you're going to implement each pillar over 3 to 6 months, to drawing that out into a 12 to 18 month process. And then be smart and consistent. Start small. You're not going to be able to address all of this at once. So figure out, what is the chunk I'm going to do next, and how long will it realistically take, and how can I do something small every day to get me to that goal? And then be consistent about doing that. I know so many people start and then they get busy. This is really something that you have to schedule. And here's something I'm going to tell you that I think is so important. If it's your first book, engage with someone to help you with all of this so you thoroughly understand the steps. This is going to be a process where you're going to need help messaging. You're going to need help building. So be sure that you engage an expert for that first time through. Once you understand the mechanics of a funnel, the mechanics of what you need on your website for digital marketing. I see so many people that have a website, but there's no digital marketing platform on it. And they honestly tell me, I didn't know I needed needed that. They don't have an email list set up, so they're not even building towards that launch. So remember that your author platform is a long-term investment into your writing career. And if you are a nonfiction author that also has a coaching program and all of those things you're selling on your site, it is really a long-term growth strategy for your business as well. So focus on sustainable growth rather than overnight success, because that bestseller campaign that gets you to #1 and then nobody ever buys your book again is not your goal. You want people to buy over and over again. Thank you. Thanks for showing up today. And I hope you'll start your steps in building this soon.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us again on the BookFest. We're here with Lynn Liao Butler from the Kauai Writers Conference. She's here today to talk to us about that event coming up. It's a real in-person event, not like this online. So if you're interested in live in-person events, stay tuned. Lynn, how are you doing today?
Hi, Dave. Thanks for having us on. I am Lynn Liao Butler, and I'm an author, but I'm also one of the organizers of the Kauai Writers Conference, which takes place on November 10th through the 16th of this year. And it is a week-long conference. So we have 4 days of master classes, and they run about 3 hours long. And there's once in the morning, once in the afternoon. So you could take 2 a day if you like. And then on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's the actual conference where we have panels with best-selling authors, agents, also publishing professionals like editors. And there's always nighttime activities every night, as well as a pitch fest for you. You get like 15 minutes with an agent or a publishing professional, which if you have ever been to conferences before, you know that is actually a long time. Most people give you like 30 seconds to a minute. You know, it's almost like speed dating. But here, you actually get to sit down and you don't even have to pitch them. Like if you just want to sit down and have a consultation, talk to them about your idea. It's just a great way to connect with agents and editors from, you know, the big 5, small presses, and also developmental editors. So I think it's a very unique conference because you not only learn from major, you know, authors and editors, but you also get a chance to really get to know people in the publishing industry. So writing is such a solitary thing. I think it's a great opportunity to meet other people.
Yes, lots of introverts, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but it helps to break out of our shells. So exactly. This is going to be November?
Yes, November 10th through the 16th. So the master classes are Monday through Thursday, and then the conference is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you can sign up for just master classes or just conference, or you can do both. So it really depends on what you're looking for.
Cool. Can you go into differentiating those two a little bit? Like what's the difference between the master classes and the actual conference?
Sure. So the master classes are taught by some of the best authors out there. And David Katz, the director, he doesn't just pick authors that are great authors. They have to be great authors, but also great teachers. And so this year we have authors like Curtis Sittenfeld, Ali Hazelwood, Ariel Lawhan, and Liz Moore. I mean, there's a whole lineup from all different genres. And they each teach a class. So again, it's 4 days, 3 hours each day on craft, on setting. Like Stephen Rowley's coming, and he's doing one about how to find humor in your writing. Ali Hazelwood and I are teaching a class about writing romance in all genres, not just romance. You know, and then there's ones on finding voice and then fine tuning. So it's all different crafts from people who are beginners all the way to like maybe you're a more established writer. You want to get a little bit deeper. Jean Kwok teaches an advanced writer masterclass. And so it's just a chance to really get into your craft and like delve into maybe something that you've been having trouble with. And people just bond during this time because with the conference, there is an option for a meal plan and everybody eats together. So faculty, staff, the participants, we all eat in these like outdoor courtyards. So it's outside in the beautiful gardens at the Royal Sonesta Hotel in Kauai. And it's just a great chance because it's very different from other conferences where like the faculty, they all hang out together, they don't mingle. Here, you can sit down next to like a famous author that may be like Paula McLean that, you might fangirl over, and she's sitting there eating with you. So it's just a great, and then you also meet, for a lot of writers, I think most writers are introverts. I think I'm a reluctant extrovert. But if you're an introvert, it's great because you don't have to feel shy there. People just like welcome you. You sit down, there are big tables, and you just meet people. So it's not just a learning experience, it's also a chance to connect. And then the conferences, it's like all day panels about publishing. There's also workshops. We have poets coming. Tim Siebels is coming. Rachel Eliza Griffith, who is Salman Rushdie's wife. She's going to be there. They're going to do poetry readings on the weekend during the conference. And then there are different panels and you can choose, like, some people pop into, a little bit of each, or you stay for one. And there's agent panels where they tell you what they're looking for and what the state of the querying industry, right now is. So it's just like a whole lot of information and a whole lot of immersion into publishing and writing.
Very cool. So jumping back into master classes a little bit. So what's the average class size for those?
We cap them at 20 so that they're not too big. There is the only exception is the class taught by Paula McLean, Meg Wolitzer, and Christina Baker Klein. They teach a class together, but then they break out into sections. So I think their class is like 30 something because then they break down into smaller sizes. And we do that because we want people to get a chance to present their work if they want to, and to get, individual time with each of the faculty. So they're not too big. And most of the classes, a lot of them are already starting to fill up. I think 3 or 4 of them are sold out already, and a couple of the other ones have like 1 or 2 spots left. But so if this is something you're interested in, definitely go on the website, KawaiiWritersConference.com, and look up the master classes the authors are teaching, the subject they're teaching, so that, if this is what you want to do, you should register soon.
Don't wait.
Yeah, because it's happening in less than 2 months now. And this is the crunch time when people start signing up like, okay, it's, I got to make a decision. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So how many class periods are there a day? Like, can you take multiple classes, or is there only time really to take one?
You can take up to 2 a day because they are morning classes, which go from 9 to 12, and then afternoon classes, which I think it's 1 to or 12:30 to 4 or something like that, 3 hours in the afternoon. So you can take up to 2 master classes. You can't take more than that. I think one year somebody signed up for like 4 of them. And we're like, well, you can't be in 2 places at the same time. So you have to choose. Most people just take one because then they if they take a morning class, they'll use the afternoon to kind of go over and maybe write, they get inspired. You're in beautiful Kauai. The Royal Sonesta sits right at Kalapaki Beach. So, you're looking right out at the beach with this beautiful pool. So people get inspired and they spend so if they take a morning class, they spend the afternoon kind of writing or taking notes. And then if they take an afternoon class, maybe they use the morning to relax, jot down notes for what they're going to do. There are people that do take both classes, like morning and afternoon, because, they want to get the most out of it. So that's totally an option. It's up to you. And then there are people that don't take master classes. They just want to come for the conference part. So they typically arrive on a Thursday and then get into the conference all day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Very cool. Now, differences again with other conferences. So do you have tracks, like multiple tracks for people, or is it people can kind of just make up their own schedule in terms of what they want to see?
They can make up their own schedule. The only thing you need to sign up for are the master classes because, they're limited to 20 people capacity. For the conference, there's usually 3 panels or sessions going on at the same time. And you can pick whichever you want to go to. And, so, like I said before, sometimes people will go for a half an hour one and then pop into another one. That's totally up to you. Just, they're either, the conference rooms are huge. They're humongous. So you can slip in and out easily. Or, a lot of people just stay for one because that's what they're interested in. That's what they want to do. But yeah, you can do whatever you want. And you don't have to go into any. I know the first year I went, I was already a published author. And I just wanted to mingle. So I think I maybe went to like one session a day, and then I used the rest of the time to just write and be inspired sitting there at the beach. I mean, it is the most beautiful place. I'm not biased. I do divide my time between New York and Kauai, so I'm not biased, but it is absolutely one of the most inspiring and beautiful places. And I write so much more in Kauai than I do in New York. So a lot of people just come away from the conference with this like new drive to either finish their project or start a new project. So it's just a great place for you to work on whatever it is that you want to work on and just make connections.
That's awesome. So can you tell us a little bit about Kauai? Like for those who haven't actually ever been to Hawaii?
Hawaii, I think, is the most beautiful Hawaiian island. I've been to all of them, but there's something about Kauai that when the first time I came here, I stepped off the airplane. I was just like, it smells different. It's like, it's peaceful. There's like a sense of calm that comes over you. And the conference takes place at the Royal Sonesta Hotel, which is right in Lihue. It's about 5 minutes from the airport. So there's a free shuttle from the airport. You don't even have to take a cab. There's a number you call and they bring you right here. You have everything you need here. There's a giant pool. There's restaurants, a few restaurants just down the walk on the beach. There's the beautiful Kalapaki Beach right there in front of you. There's more restaurants across the way. Most people that come to a conference don't even rent a car because you're just right there. You can walk to a lot of things nearby. If you want to explore, like if you want to go hiking and do some of the outdoor activities like kayaking or paddleboarding, surfing, you will need a car. Lihue, where the conference takes place, is right on the eastern coast. And then there's North Shore, South Shore, West Side, where the Waimea Canyon is. So if you want to explore, come a few days early, stay a few days later, but you will need a car to do that. If you're just coming for the conference, then you don't, because everything you need is within walking distance. There's a store if you need to buy incidentals. And it's a beautiful resort. The rooms are gorgeous. The whole resort is just like, it has everything you need. And it's one of my favorite pools on the island.
Oh, wow. Very cool.
Yeah. And let me tell you about the meal plan. I think for me, I think the meal plan is delicious. They use locally sourced vegetables and a lot of it's just very fresh, very healthy, but very tasty. We do take into account any dietary concerns. And I know some people who had dietary concerns said that it wasn't the best for them because they didn't have a lot of options. So you don't have to take the meal plan. There is a bunch of restaurants in the hotel and then again, just down the road within walking distance. So you don't have to do that, but it's a great chance to just meet the faculty and get to sit down with like an editor or an agent and see that, they're real people. Because I know back when I was querying that agents were very scary to me. And so this conference is a great chance for you to just, mingle with editors from like Penguin Random House, Simon & Schuster, and agents from, top like Writers House. So I think it's a great option, the meal plan.
Very cool. And then too, as far as meal plans go, do you guys still have the luau every year?
Yes. So on Saturday night, there will be a luau right on the ground. It's a separate charge. And I believe that Israel Kamakawaole, I don't know if I say his name right, but is the famous, the songwriter, famous singer. I think his original band is going to be playing at the luau this year. They did last year too, but David didn't highlight it, so a lot of people didn't realize. So they are going to be opening the luau, I believe, this year. And it's, so if you've never been to a luau, you don't know what it's about. Again, the food is amazing. The entertainment is great. It's right on the beach. So you have the crashing waves in the background. So that's a Saturday night activity. Thursday night, we're going to have an event for participants who are published authors. So they get a chance to present their books, whether they're self-published or published through traditional publishing or hybrid. They have a chance to bring their books to be sold. They get to present, and we did it for the first time last year, and it was like, I think we had like over 70 people attend. It was so well attended. People loved it. There's going to be food and drinks available. So there's something to do almost every night. And I think Friday night, there's going to be another performance by some of the participants and also some Kauai locals. And like I said, on Saturday, there's a poetry reading. We're going to have not just world-renowned poets, but also Kauai poets like that are from Kauai. So it's good. It's a great event. There's so much to do, so much to see. I heard that there's a virtual swag bag and you'll get a little coupon code. So definitely watch out for that.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome to the BookFest adventure. I'm Leslie Lair, and today we're going to talk about how to write a standout query letter no matter your publishing path. Everyone knows you need a fantastic query letter to get an agent, but not everyone knows that a query letter can help even when you publish independently. Why? Because a query letter is a sales tool. Typically, the purpose of a query is to get an agent to ask for a sample. Why is it so hard to get an agent? Because they work on commission. They are investing time in your book. So they love a well-written query letter because it can save them time all the way to earning that commission. They can use your query letter or revise parts of it for their pitch to acquisition editors, and those are the people at the publisher who buy the book. Actually, the editors will use it to pitch their sales team. They're the ones who actually make the decisions. The sales team will use it to motivate the distributors. They're the ones who do the whole song and dance to the bookstores. The distributors will use your query letter or parts of it if it's written well to pitch your book to bookstores and to online distributors like Amazon. Bookstores and online sites will use it to sell your book to readers. And publicists will use it to get you reviews and interviews. Now, it's true, over 50% of agents now use an online submission platform, but that's because they get so many bad query letters. They want to weed through all this stuff to get what they need to know. Sometimes they'll have a customized thing on their website. Sometimes they'll use Query Manager or Submittable, but a good query letter can be cut and pasted into these forms. Beware, they usually also ask for the entire query letter, so have it ready. Now, if you choose to publish independently, the query letter can work as a cheat sheet, and we'll talk about that more in a few minutes. First, let's talk about how to write that standout query letter. And we have to start with formatting. 1 page, that's the most important thing. Single-spaced is fine, but that gives you about 300 to 350 words. Make sure you use the 1-inch border, don't cheat on that, and put your book title in capital letters to stand out. So remember, 1 page, single-spaced, indent, or add a space between paragraphs. You want it to be easy for them to read. Now, the 3 main parts, this is pretty classic. It's called the hook, the book, and the cook. I'm going to show you a little handout. You can take a screenshot. And don't worry, I will show it again in a few minutes. Now, the hook is the introductory paragraph. If you're talking to an agent, sure, use a greeting, especially if you've been referred or if you've met them before, or if you know they like a certain genre that you're writing. If not, you can just start with the facts. And the facts are the title, the genre, and the word count. Now, genre does include literary, upmarket, or commercial, but what they really wants to know, excuse me, what they really want to know is if it's a detective or coming of age or a rom-com, the exact genre, the kind of plot you're selling. And the word count, well, that lets them know how professional you are if you know how long that book should be. The premise line is the most important part of the query. It's 1 sentence ideally, sometimes 2. And it's not about the book. It's not the theme of the book. It's the actual plot, the hero's action. So if it's a novel, it would be something like when the hero with a weakness faces a challenge, she must fight a powerful opponent to achieve a difficult goal. These are very hard to write. That's why it's so important too. If it's a nonfiction book, be sure you introduce the problem and explain how this book will solve it. The hardest part of that intro paragraph is the comps. These are comparative books that prove there are readers out there for your book. They need to be recent, ideally in the last 5 years, and avoid famous books by authors who anyone would buy. That's the first paragraph. The second paragraph is the synopsis. Here's where you tell the story. Don't set up the story or give all the background or even describe the story world in detail. You want to start into the story. And no matter how you wrote the manuscript, you want to use present tense with active verbs. You want to begin with the hero's name, age, occupation if it matters, and the inciting incident. Why does the story start now? And then you describe the hero's main actions, the main opponent, and the conflicts. So you want to hit the big beats of the story. And you want to end with a twist or a final battle, a cliffhanger, so the reader wants to know more. That's the key. A synopsis paragraph is like a trailer for a movie. It makes you want to read the book. And then the final paragraph is the bio. That's you. You're the cook. But it's not a resume. It's a greatest hits. You want to relate any personal experience that has to do with this book, what makes you the expert for this book. So if you have any prior publishing, whether it's books or blogs or newsletters, you want to mention that just to show you're a pro, or any related writing at all, really. It's okay to mention here if this is a debut book, agents love to break out new authors. Or if it's a series, then they know there's a future down the line with you. If you have a platform, mention that here. Do not say you're going to have a website and you'll get lots of followers. That is not an existing platform. Everyone is going to say that. What they want to know is if you have a built-in readership already, if you have an impressive number of followers, or if you have a website where you have a blog, or if you belong to an organization with hundreds or thousands of members who can promote your book, or you can guarantee a lot of them will buy your book. That's your existing platform for this paragraph. Finally, show you're human. Say something quirky at the end, personal fact that you have 10 dogs, or where you live, if it's an interesting place, or if you know it's where the agent lives. But it's okay also, if you must, to mention the theme here, why you're so passionate about the book. That is the 3 paragraphs that are important. But you have to close with the ask. Don't forget, what you want to know is, would they read a sample? So write it right there. Say, would you like to read a sample? And if it's nonfiction, of course, that means a nonfiction proposal. Let them tell you what they want in a sample. Then thank them. Use your full name and your contact information. Now here's the handout again. You can take a picture. Okay. This is the classic formula. It works. It's worked for decades. It will never stop working. These are the facts. It's up to you to make it exciting, compelling, and something that can be used as the engine all down the line. Now, if you choose to publish independently, here's how a query letter will help you through the process. And I bet you can guess some of these things. First of all, writing a query letter really helps you focus on what you're actually selling. When I work with writers, when they're writing manuscripts or if they've written the query first, having that synopsis paragraph is a good reminder of what the actual bones of the story are. It keeps you focused. It also can make you impressed about yourself and give you confidence with that bio paragraph. And the facts, well, that's important to know your word counts. Those facts in the first paragraph will also be helpful for your book distributor, whoever that is, and even how many pages if you're going to do a print run. Knowing the comps, these are the other books selling in your category, this will help you market to the right readers. That means you can buy focused Facebook ads, you can aim to get visits at the right bookstores, you can query bookstagrammers and even book clubs who are interested in your kind of book. So if they love the other books, they're going to love your book too. Finally, the bio can be helpful for inside the book and also for every interview or every talk. And what I generally do is keep that bio and revise it depending on who I'm talking to and who's interested. Everyone wants to know who the author is, from Amazon to book clubs to conferences. Anywhere you go, they want to know who you are, who wrote this book. Now, here are the top 10 do's and don'ts, and generally this is for agent queries, but will also help to keep your letter tight. Don't tell an agent that your mother or your writing group loves your book. They don't care. They don't care how smart your writing group is, or what university everyone's from, or what awards they win. They want to know how good your book is by what they read, your words on the paper. Don't say it's better than a book they represent, because that's just an insult. Don't talk about the theme and how important this book is to the world. This is the most common mistake. So many stories, and the good stories do, have complex moral themes, but your story and that synopsis paragraph should give them enough. In fact, your premise line should give the reader enough to know what the themes are. That's what you're trying to do. You don't want to be heavy-handed with the message. Don't mention how long you've wanted to be a writer or how many years you've worked on this book. They don't care. It's about words on the page. And please, if you're contacting an agent, don't be a pest. Don't follow up too quickly. Use protocol, and that's something that you can figure out from other sources. Do spell their full name correctly. And if you address an agent with their full name, you don't have to worry about any gender issues. You don't have to say Miss or Mr. or they or them. You can just put their full name, but spell it correctly and know that they're still at the same agency, because these agents tend to hop around a lot. Do proofread for typos. What I like to do is print it out and have somebody else read it, because we always read what we want to read, and it's very hard to identify typos. But if they see typos in your query letter, chances are they're not going to expect a professional sample. Do be polite, appreciate their time, and say thank you. Remember, they're reading this for free. They read hundreds, if not thousands, of query letters by the week and the month. They're going to skim. They're doing this because they love to do it. It takes a long time to earn that commission. So be polite. Also, do provide your contact information. And this includes any social media listings you have and a website if it exists. You want them to be able to click right through to it. Don't make them research you. They don't have the time. Finally, and this is, aside from the premise line, the most important part of a query letter to remember. Keep it to one page. Make it easy to read. As I said, agents work on commission. And also, as a cheat sheet, if you're independently publishing, you want to always keep this handy without having to go through a lot of pages. So that is how you write a wonderful standout query letter, no matter your publishing path. Good luck.
Hey everybody, my name is Cameron Sutter with Plotter, and I'm excited to show you some of the new superpowers that we've given you in Plotter today, and a new thing called Story Snap. So why don't I just jump right in? All right, so I've got Plotter open here, and there's a few new really cool features that I'm excited about to show you. The first one is pinning. And you're able to pin just about anything, whether that's characters, notes, places, scene cards, and then you can just drag them around and move them anywhere. The great thing about this is you're able to see multiple things at the same time. So if you're working on this scene 2, let's say, I can open that up. My pins are still right there. So I can be looking at the wolf and pig 3 as I'm writing about the pigs building themselves homes. And if I have more questions about pig 3, I can just jump to that character. Just click that. Oh, that's a little surprise for a minute from now, but it'll jump to pig 3, and then I can look at him in more detail, and then I can just go back with the undo button. And if I want to edit something right from there, maybe I want to change the wolf, I could just quick edit and change some information about him right from there without leaving the scene card. Now, if I also wanted to pin the scene card, I could do that easily. And then I can just move it around. I can close that one that's there right there. And I can just make this smaller so I can move it around wherever I want. And then maybe I want to work on the next scene. So there's scene 3, but I want to think of the scene that was before that, and maybe even the scene that's after that. So let me open that up, pin that. I'm going to close that, shrink this one down. And so now I've got all those open. I'm going to look at scene 3. So I've got the scene beforehand. I've got some of the characters that might be in there. and the scene afterwards. You can organize these wherever you want, move those around. And that'll help you to very easily, instead of having to click. And one thing that we found from a lot of people is that they felt like they had to click around a lot of and go back and forth between characters and scenes and notes and things like that. But this will make it so much easier. You don't have to. You can stay focused and thinking clearly about just the thing that you're working on, just the scene or just this character, and have supporting information at the ready that you can just scroll through and look at. And then another cool thing is if you hover over any one of these things where it shows the character or a note or a place, you can just hover over them and it'll tell you all about them. Of course, I don't have much about this wolf, but you could pin it right from there if he wasn't pinned, or I could jump right to the character from there. So I could go over to the wolf. So that's pinning, and we're really excited about that. And it's going to make Plotter so much easier to use. I've been literally planning this feature for years and just never been able to do it. So we're really excited about it. The next thing I want to show you is something that already been on the screen a couple times accidentally, but it is our new family tree feature. So if you click into the family tree, so you can flip between the character list or the family tree, and this is going to help you to visualize your character relationships like never before. So you can move them around wherever you want in the family tree. You can customize the background to either be a color or a picture. And the picture is going to be really awesome. I'll tell you why in just a minute. And you see that your pins still stay on top of that. And you can just add new characters easily to this by either adding the ones that already exist in your project or create a new character right from this project. So I could create Josie the werewolf. If I could spell. There we go. So you can just add them right from there, and then I could add them. Of course, this one doesn't really go with the family, but maybe there's some sort of weird relationship going on there. So I can just connect them, and Josie is now part of the family, and I could add a picture to her if I wanted to, edit the short description, go right into edit the character if I wanted to, and then just flip back. You can also edit the relationship types. So you can have all sorts of different relationships. So here's the relationship editor. I can have all different types of relationships and make them look how I want, the line color, whether it's solid or not. Customize that to your heart's content and make it look really awesome. And not only are you going to be able to visualize your character relationships, but one of the great things about having a family tree is that you're able to use that in your marketing. And one of the ways to do that is have it in the back of your book, maybe. And that's why the picture, having a background picture, is going to be so cool, because you can make it look to fit perfectly like your book and just match your book really well. So you can have this background image with your family tree in the back of your book. You could also use it on your marketing website, or maybe as a freebie that people can download if they join your mailing list. So there's a bunch of different ways you can use it in your marketing. They're just really great. And so this will make it so that you can make this look really nice and have this really impressive thing to show your readers and help them also to remember the complex relationships, because some of these stories can get really, really complex with the families and things like that. And you can have as many families as you want. So we've just got the pig fam here, but we can have more families. And if I were just click into this one, it's a brand new canvas ready for you to zoom in and out of and move around and work on to make. Maybe we're going to make the wolf family or something. So we can do that. And I forgot to show you, you can move that around, zoom in and out, and just make it look however cool you want to make it. So that's the new family tree feature that we're really excited about in Plotter. Okay, so now I want to tell you about the new thing that we created called Story Snap. And this gives you some really cool superpowers, but this is outside of Plotter. It is a separate website that we've created. Now, Story Snap does use AI. Plotter does not. There's no AI in Plotter whatsoever, but Story Snap does. That's one of the reasons we separated them. And I know for some people that scares you. And I totally understand that. So let me just address for a second here what we've done to make sure that we are being as careful as possible with your work as we can. So first of all, we're not letting the big tech companies train their AI models with your manuscripts, with your work. It's a bit technical how we do that, but we're very careful about that because I'm a writer as well, and I don't want my stuff stolen either. So our servers are talking to the servers of either ChatGPT or Gemini or those other AI models. And when you do it that way, it's in their terms and conditions that they're not allowed to train on anything you send them. And then on top of that, we're never sending your manuscript file to their servers. So we're never uploading it to them. It's never in their hands. So they're never able to keep it on their servers or do anything they want with it. It's never there in the first place. And on top of that, we also don't have our own AI model. We're just not that big of a company to be able to have our own AI model. We're just using the ones that are out there already. And so nothing is being trained, not ours, not from the big tech companies, with your work. And we're very careful about making sure that it's never in their hands as much as we can. So that's just a caveat I want to say up front, because I know some people are worried about that, and we're trying our best to make sure that they are that your work is as safe as possible. I know that's it's a worrying thing, right? And so we're trying to be very careful. We're writers ourselves. Anyway, so that was a bit long, but so what StorySnap does is two things. The first thing it can do for you is build a book Bible for you, and it does it automatically in just a couple minutes. All you do is upload your manuscript, your finished manuscript, and in 5 minutes or less, it'll give you a plotter file or a Word document. Now I'm going to show you what the plotter file has in it, but it's the same in both. So we're not trying to lock you into Plotter. If you're not using Plotter already, you can get this in just a Word document, and it's the same information. We think it's way better in Plotter because it's more visual, it's more organized, it's easier to search and find those characters and so forth. But you'll get the same information. So let me show you an example of the book Bibles from StorySnap. So I'm coming back over here to Plotter, and I opened this other project that is The Great Gatsby. And this is one of the classics. You know, it's just an open book that people can download and read. So we sent it through StorySnap, and this is what came out. I have not touched or edited this document at all. This is what StorySnap gave us. So you'll see that you'll get the outline, the timeline built for you. And you've got your chapters there. There's only 9 chapters in this book, if you can believe it. And then the main plot, and then a plot line for each one of the major characters. And then there's a summary of each one of the chapters, what happens in the chapter, and a summary of each one of the characters, what happens to them and their role in the chapter. And it's not a one-sentence summary. It's a very detailed summary. So it gets all the details. And that's one of the great things about StorySnap. It's an automated way to get a high level of detail out of AI. You could do this with ChatGPT, just upload your manuscript and ask it questions, but the summary is going to hallucinate, or when you ask it to summarize it, it's going to hallucinate things, it's going to get things wrong. But we've dialed in the prompts, and we're pretty good at keeping it on track and only pulling stuff right from your book. I don't have a percentage, but I would say somewhere around 90% or more, probably even higher, that it is accurate information. And every once in a while we'll see that it hallucinates, but it's pretty good about not doing that. We've dialed it in pretty good. So not only does it build your timeline for you, it also lists out all your characters and puts in as much detail as it can about them. So here's, for example, the main character, Jay Gatsby, his physical characteristics, and these are direct from the book. So it's described as a young man in his early 30s, tan skin, that appears well-groomed and polished. Very detailed and from the book. And then psychological backstory, and there's all sorts of other things that it talks about in there. And when I say all the characters, it goes through all the characters. So every single character that it can find, even the waitress, the postman, I think there's the elevator boy, there's a policeman somewhere. So just even the unnamed characters, And that way in book 2, 3, 4, when you come back to write those books and you're thinking, oh, what was that one character? What was his eye color? Or, what was the waitress? What was her backstory? Because now I want to bring her into the story more, and she's going to be either a major player in book 2, or, I'm just going to have this maybe running story of you learning more about the waitress throughout the series. So this makes it very easy for you to do that, where you don't have to either reread your book or pay somebody to read it and write all the details. You're not going to be able to remember everything. And I've had to go back and reread my own books before we made this so that I could write the second one in the series. But this makes it so you don't have to do that. It'll also list out all the places in your story and details about them, both physical and emotional details. And then the notes is going to be really dependent on your story. So this will be the time period, if it's a historical, stuff about the world that is different than our world. It'll talk about the themes in your story. And if you have a magic system, it'll pull that out. If you have cultures and religions, or maybe languages, technologies, any of those kinds of things, it'll pull out and put in the notes, and in great detail explain how those things work in your story, so that you don't have to remember all the details, and they're just in here and they're searchable, easy to find, and very visual. So that is the first thing that StorySnap does for you, which is this book Bible that it'll create for you, very detailed. The second thing, which we're really excited about and that people just seem to love, is a virtual beta reader team. So it'll have 5 AI personalities read through your book and give you detailed feedback. It'll be better feedback than waiting 4 months for your best friend to say, it was good, or for them to give you a list of all the grammar mistakes you made and here, you got to change, you misspelled and, or something like that. It will, so it's the right level of detail of feedback that you're going for when you ask for a beta reader. And you can see here that you'll get a summary of a thumbs up or thumbs down, and then a would you buy it? And so this is the same book, The Great Gatsby. And it's really interesting because this is one of the classics, right? But only 1 thumbs up. And we've sent in some of the other classics like Dracula and things. And most of the time they get all thumbs up. And the beta readers seem to like them, but not for The Great Gatsby. Anyways, so you can get a summary of each report here, or you can click into the full report and see there's just a wealth of information that the beta reader gives you about your story. Did it keep your interest? Which characters landed well or were relatable? Did the ending land? How was the plot? How was the writing, the world building, dialogue, all those kinds of things. So it'll give you detailed feedback about those. Suggestions. And then the one that everybody loves is it'll roast your book. And my daughter, who published her first book this year, she said when she sent her book through it, it hurt a little bit when it roasted her book, but it was true, and it helped her figure out some of the flaws in her book. And it's just a humorous way to see the things that are that could use some work, or the plot holes, or whatever in your book. And so there's 5 different personalities that'll read through your book, and they sound different. They like different things about your book. You can customize which personalities, or if you want a personality that is specific to your genre or your age group, you can, when you're submitting the book, you can easily just say, hey, I want a beta reader that's like this, and we will build a beta reader for you just like that. So in 5 minutes, you'll get this great feedback. And then you can also go and chat with the beta reader. Oh, let me find one that I've already chatted with. So you can chat with the beta reader afterwards. So if they didn't answer something that you were looking for, you can easily just ask them that. So those are the 2 things that StorySnap will do for you: a virtual beta readers team and detailed book Bibles, all at the snap of a finger in just a few minutes using AI. So thanks so much for joining me. I hope that that both Plotter and StorySnap are going to just be amazing tools for you that'll help make your writing process really smooth and help you write that book and change the world with your stories. We really think you can change the world, and that's why we serve writers every day. So go to our website, plotter.com or storysnap.ai to learn more about them. And then we also have the virtual booth here at BookFest. So thank you so much, and take care, everybody.
Another BookFest in the books. Thank you, everybody, for being with us here today for the Fall BookFest 2025. It has been a wonderful bookish adventure. And a big thank you goes out to the team behind the scenes, Kim and the social media gang. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. You are all amazing. Also, a big thank you goes out to Dave Duffy. He's the engineer and he creates a lot of the graphics and he makes sure that the stream gets out there. Fabulous job, as always. Also, Brian Bosch, he is the website developer for the BookFest. And if you get a chance, check it out because there's a lot of BookFest award winners. If you're doing some holiday shopping, then please support these authors and their magnificent books. Congratulations once again to all of the winners. Thank you as well to the BookFest corporate bellwethers for sponsoring the BookFest. You can check out their virtual booths. Help support the brands that bring the BookFest to you free each and every season. Also, a big shout out and thank you to the individual BookFest bellwethers. Thank you for all your support. And make sure, everybody, that you are signed up to be a BookFester because not only will you get news and notifications for every BookFest, which happens every spring and every fall, but you also get that virtual gift bag, which is chock full of freebies and downloadable items and giveaways from so many of our BookFest corporate bellwethers. And we're going to be announcing in the virtual gift bag as well. We're going to send you an email to the winners of our giveaways. Thank you once again, one and all. We will be back for the spring BookFest adventure, which is happening in April of 2026. Ciao.